Colleagues, good morning. So I am glad to see you here in this forum. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for organizers for inviting us. My name is Arminian Karikelian. I am from Fortinet Kazakhstan company, and today we are talking about cybersecurity. As you know, no digitalization process is not connected with cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is everywhere. It's a very modern trend. Out of 12 trends, cybersecurity is on the second place in the world among the analytical agencies. You are welcome, dear participants. Let's start our discussions. We have 5 speakers, and I will introduce each of our speakers, and after that we have a short session of discussions, and you can ask any questions after their presentations and take active participation in general sessions. I think a moderator will pass you the microphone. If you have any questions, please participate actively. So let's start. And today the first presenter is Viktor Fokozov. He is a representative of the Cybersecurity Association of Kazakhstan. His topic is very interesting. Is a trusted electronic device, and in Kazakhstan is one of the trendy aspects. And he will share a very valuable and interesting information today. Thank you very much. Can you switch on my presentation? As I understood. So instead of panel session, we will just have panel presentations, right? Yeah, okay. I will present from my place. I wanted to talk about the trust. So I would like to about the startup PC4U, one of the Kazakhstani startups. That is one of the successful startups that was started from 60 million tenge investments, and it implemented the research developments with the collaboration of big companies, which has a billion of turnovers, and they participated in 2 Astana Hub contest. And the Astana Hub is only for startups, and the company doesn't see any conditions, and they decided to withdraw from the Astana Hub and start their own way. And the company is now big enough, and they have their own production entities, about 2,000 square meters. What they produce, in fact, as I told you before, they produce a different kind of electronic products, and one of the features of this company is the company produce microprocessors. They started for the computers, for video cameras, and for different kind of database storage systems. And what is the microchip processing, how it helps for cybersecurity? I will just briefly describe you. Microprocessing is we have big experience in developing these things, and this company also share with their technologies with different companies, because they have 50 licensed agreements with other IT companies in Kazakhstan, and I can name them. It's a Logicall and the factory named after Kirov. The microprocessing broaching is the substitution of standard biases. Bias is not used anymore now. Is in the microprocessing broaching is can be substituted of some international products in our computers, in system motherboard of the video cameras or of our CPU, and they allow us to work without them. And the such big data storage system, they need also microprocessing broachings. and in the process of launching in virtualization and the standard BIOS that comes from the factory and some big storage systems, they need additional microchips, and they need to complement their computers with microchips. So companies, they have their own. The company has their own laboratory. Where they make the coding analysis and the decompilators, and they did different kind of research works in the collaboration with universities in algorithmization of machine learning in order to understand how other microchips works. And because we have a big challenge and in the world and in Kazakhstan that commutators that work we do not know what is in the microchips, and because these microchips are managed by foreign companies, so that's why it is very important. Okay, so we need this reliable resource, and also we seismic resistance technologies that is also used. For example, computers, these microchips, they protect from dusts, from water, and other, and they can also protect it from magnetic waves. So the main fragments, they are computers. So that's why I will explain. I'm explaining you what is the main function of microchips. So I'm explaining because I'm a researcher. So if something is not clear for you, you can ask the questions. In general, these reliable equipments, they also are run by reliable equipments and microchips that are produced by our company. It can be cameras, video cameras, and other computers, and they can be used to process the information that is in secret, in state secret. So that's why we widened the capabilities, and now we are getting certification of our own microchips, and there are some capabilities of adaptation, virtualization of these products. For example, when you launch your computer, and at the same time the computer can launch the microsystem processing chip also itself, and in the system of virtualization you can control any kind of equipment, and you can create virtual keyboards and system cards, and this without any hard disk in the computer, so it can work as a OS itself. This is our company is a local company and a Kazakhstani company, and it develops such kind of microchip processing products, and it makes its contribution to development of the information cybersecurity of Kazakhstan in electronic industry, because not many companies think about this, and so we hope that in the future we will have some standards and to use these reliable microchips instead of foreign microchips. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Victor. It's we always glad to hear that in Kazakhstan we produce such kind of products, and it goes to the market. Okay, colleagues, let's applaud our speaker, Victor. Next speaker is Mikhail Radionov. Mikhail is Director of Strategic Customers, and his presentation is about the protecting of critical infrastructure and the trends in 2023 and 24. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm glad to see you here, and we will talk today about the trends in 2024, about protecting the critical infrastructure. My name is Mikhail Rodionov. I'm the representative of Fortinet company. I'm a senior director in strategic accounts. So let's see what we have. The topical trends in 2024 that company sees this year is, to be honest, on one side there are a lot of new trends. We have the same trends from previous years. So it's like lack of specialists in terms of cybersecurity sphere, and many changes in economy, and the challenges related to regulatory policy. And also one of the biggest changes that we are expecting this year is digital transformation and all trends related to this transformation. Why? I think because this trend will be one of the biggest. All of us, we know that digital transformation needs some time, while other companies will digitalize their all processes. But I think that it will be the biggest change because many of the companies who digitalize their businesses, they actually now going to integrate generative artificial intelligence processes. And in our slides you can see the companies that can automate their processes, and in blue color you can see the augmented realities, augmentations, higher potential for augmentations, and in pink color you can see low potential for automatization or augmentation. So what does it mean for the most of the companies? It means that we will change our labor market. I mean, change our vision to cybersecurity, and consequently, if we talk about the landscape of the threats, we see that the most effective ways of delivering the harming, hacking viruses is emails, and hackers use different kind of ways of hacking in organizations, and enterprises started to digitalize. And they try to use internet-connected processes, and taking into account that internet gives a lot of opportunities both for hackers and both for cybersecurity protectors. So that's why. There are the AI can help us to write the code, can help us to protect from hacking, from viruses, from phishing. We see that this trend will be very in demand, and if we talk about in terms of infrastructure, all companies, they are now becoming hybrid. Can you hear me well? Okay. All companies started to become hybrid companies. I consider 84 companies, they are hybrid. So it means that 84% of staff of the company, they can work distantly from home, or from their home desktop computers, or from mobile phones, or their laptops or tablets. So this trend is going to be increased well. And the next internet stuffs is also increasing. About 42 billion equipments and technologies will be connected to the internet. It means that they will in the future can have some hacking viruses or the harmful viruses. And we can see that nowadays 125 software applications are used, and they need to be protected from hacking. And we see that all companies they have a lot of opportunities in terms of cybersecurity, and it means that about 90% of enterprises by 2026, according to Gartner's prediction, is they will have the incidence of cybersecurity related to cybersecurity. It can be more because the entrance, the requirements is low now, and what happens when the companies face such kind of cybersecurity incidents? About 21 days it takes to identify the hacking, and about 34 hours in order to fix this problem. And the average price of this hacking is about $9.4 million. And the companies who are hacked, they have to inform about it within the 4 days. These are the statistics in case of incidents, and all we know that we have to fight against it, and consequently there are a lot of applications invented and appeared, about 50 cybersecurity applications. They are used by companies in order to protect their cyberspace. It can be NDR, firewalls, and other applications that can be used as a tool fighting against cyber hacking. And this kind of infrastructure, from the one side, they can secure our company, but on the other hand, they are very difficult in order to support, maintain these companies, and these are the applications not successful, and half of the networking screens is used by Fortinet products, Fortinet monitors. Fortinet is a leader in the sphere of network screening, and we have different kind of awards. So what we offer as a company in this digital environment with fastly changing environment and landscape, we offer, as in the second bar you can see, we have 3 elements. It's a secure networking, universal SASE, CAC, and the security operations. So what are the key parameters? It is the complex of the solutions that provide in digital networking related to different kind of security operations, and SAC. CAC is the latest trend, and we see that our consumers they ask about CACE, but we can't see now at the moment the active using of this platform.
Our customers, about 6 billion online screens. So basically, as you can see, the numbers on the screen, 10 million, 5 million from the sandboxes. So these are like significant numbers. The amount of data Fortinet gets to work through this platform. So so if something happens on the one side of the world, so our customers on the other side of the world will then be quickly informed immediately about what happens through analytics, and this harm will be quickly detected and will be prevented. So this is the effectiveness of the scale of the Fortinet company. You can compare the numbers. Because most respectable vendors provide an approximate amount of incidents that they work through on a daily basis. What we're talking here about is billions. As we can see, some of our competitors, they are about 3 to 5 billion events are considered. So in terms of the level of cybersecurity, our analysts are one of the most leading in the industry. So these are the 3 key elements that we've spoken about before. They are active, obviously. They're being actively using all this data that we receive globally from our customers. And one of the key elements is secure networking. So you can see that the display equalization, hybrid. Gardner has in hybrid and mesh firewall is the new term that was implemented by Garfield. So we don't look at the we look through two firewalls that can work on a cloud, can work virtually, can work interconnection segmentation, internal segmentation firewall, and then the parameters of the networking they can support. They can work on the all modern clouds like Amazon, Google, Oracle, and mostly all possible surroundings that we see. Large corporations use such a combination of cloud systems, hypervisors, and just some basic architectural device requirements. So it will now be called as a mesh and hybrid firewall because protecting only in one of the segments is not practical already, and it is necessary to work on completely different approaches and elements. So the second element is obviously secure connectivity, where we talk about we can't only provide SD-WAN, we can also protect the perimeter of the company, and not only the perimeter but the internal segmentation as well. This is where we talk about switching, about the connection points, which are one of the safest in the world. Because they're being implemented, they're being run by the screen. So obviously artificial intelligence is also implemented here and is being used in our subscription by FortiGuard. The other concept of what we looked at in terms of SASE depends on how ready are we right now, my dear colleagues in Kazakhstan? How ready are you to implement SASE? Globally, it's one of the main trends in the world. What we can see here is that in the areas of usage, about 50 vendors, large corporations are interested into moving to 2, 3, and SASE is one of the key elements which lets amplify many vendors and then to lead to receive all the features of the security and to use all the traffic in the cloud, which is an interesting concept, which is like an additional setting on the SD-WAN, which has been used for quite some time by many companies. For example, just like last week, I spoke to my colleague from India. In India, they have like the implementation for like 6,400 internal screens by one of the branches of one bank. So it's like a huge implementation. So these large international development allocated companies, they're obviously interested into first implementing the SD-WAN and then moving on to the cloud solutions using SASE. Obviously, the product line works on the whole cloud, on the whole area of the digital technology. Obviously, we have the solution, we have ADR, XDR, and XOR. We have for the protecting, for the monitoring, for optimization, for protecting the network, for the responses, for the cyber hazards, cyber risks. It works on all sides of clouds, which is it can be done on hardware, it can be done virtually. So the line of the product is totally adapted to all of the needs of a client, no matter what the size of the client of the customer is and what do they use, and so on and so forth. So what we see here is at the NIST framework, on the initial stage, when hackers usually start from researching the company, they start seeing that if the company has a certain resources available on the internet, and they prepare an attack, they scan its all vulnerabilities and open ports. And at this level, we have a solution which is called FortiRecon, which lets us do the analytics possible cybersecurity accident. Once the guys have identified and then have decided to target your company, and then there's like a perimeter system. It's web application firewall and perimeter systems for us to be able to reflect back this threat. Let's say the hackers are able to enter this first stage, and then they end up targeting the final stage, and we can work in terms of the systems like such as EDR, and to detect the protection and predict and sustain, we can work on systems such as SUAR in our case, which is a solution that has a large number of playbooks that can be integrated with all sorts of modern systems which have already been implemented on many customers. So we can see that they mostly use SOAR, which incompatible with CR systems. And I'd like to add that in the closest time we will have a smart SOAR system, which won't depend on what happens, on the playbooks that are available as of right now. It will be using an artificial intelligence and will be reacting in terms of initial data, will act in accordance with the initial data. That will be a complete new level of reacting, responding to cyber levels. And then obviously we have partners who provide security, who help us deal with all this variety. And obviously they actively work with all sorts of companies in Kazakhstan. We work with most large systems integrators of Kazakhstan. So what does this lead us to? It leads to us being the first initial timeline that we looked at with you, where we had 21 days and about 30 days for the solving of the cyber incidents, so elimination. So all of that has now equals to about 1 hour in terms of, because of the United Council, because of the administration. We see that it's a great, it does help improve the informational safety. But obviously, we know that everyone will start using AI. We will see lots of incidents that will rise. If we are to talk about the critical surroundings, I do believe I have another minute. I have a few minutes left. So if we are to talk about the critical infrastructure, for example, of the industrial, not just the general, but the industrial. But the Fortinet is famous for integrating with large industrial vendors. We work with Schneider, we work with Siemens, with ABB, Rockwell, and many others. With most large companies here, we do have the blueprints with them. They have now included the informational security as their internal industrial system solution, which was not the case before, because as you are aware, before we had industrial systems were only aimed as those strict functions that they were designed for. But cyber safety is now an enabler for a business, so which gives the opportunity to run a business. So if we are not protected in terms of informational security, then the protection can quickly be stopped, because the industry of cybersecurity entry levels are quite high, because even some beginners can find the vulnerability by using artificial intelligence and can break. Obviously, we support protocols of the YT. We work with SCADA systems, and we also work thanks for the work of the largest industrial vendors. But I believe my colleague Chilgiz Taltayev will talk about that in a more of a detail. If you're interested in the details of the critical infrastructure, I recommend you guys stay and listen to my colleague Chingiz. His speech is in about 2 more speakers. So what about Kazakhstan? Just a few words. We have the largest representatives in terms of largest informational security here. Among other vendors, we have about 14 people. What we can see right now, this amount of people specialized in informational security is not present at any other vendors present in Kazakhstan. So we help our partners, our customers, in providing pilot studies. We come and we talk, we consult them, we explain everything. We do have the equipment necessary present available at our distributors, at our storages. So we are looking into opening our local RMA storage warehouse, let's say, which detects our level of interest in working on the Kazakh market and our level of dedication for the investment. If you guys have any questions, please direct your questions at this kazakh@fortinet.com email address, and we'll be happy to answer all of your questions. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Mikhail. I do believe Kazakhstan is now on a transformational path from the pack of being an informational system to a more of a conceptual approach. But the platform approach is a great in 2024-2025 will be the main challenge for the country. So thank you for your speech. The next slot is represented by Alexander Kolubanov. He is an expert of KAIB. So his presentation will be about the systems, protection informational systems. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I welcome you all on the Digital Almaty 2024 International Forum. My name is Alexander Kolubanov, the architect of informational security system. I represent the company called KAIB, as a Kazakhstan Association of Informational Security Safety. So it's not a commercial organization which unifies experts, engineers, teachers, and students, and a number of informational entrepreneurs in informational security safety. Our mission is quite simple, is to encourage the development of a scientific school, prepare necessary staff and specialists, develop methodological bases and legal acts. In all of this, we are ready to help you as entrepreneurs and our government as well. What I'd like to introduce an interesting Kazakhstani product. I'd like to say it was totally fully developed in Kazakhstan. The product is called Inspector. This product has a number of advantages. First of all, it's quite easy to use and quite intuitively easy interface to use. It's quite easy to understand. I will soon demonstrate a small video to demonstrate all of the functions of this product. This product fully matches the standards, international standards of 2018 in terms of safety, and is also certified in the national security system. It's quite a unique product. It fits any kind of organization, no matter what the activity of the company is. The main function of that, the main job of that product is monitoring and analysis of the activity of the staff, such as the websites they use, the files they exchange, the attendance, and many other activities that are performed by the staff, by the employees. This product helps increase the discipline of the staff and decrease the risks of information leakage and optimize the costs of information security on the company. The complex consists of two parts: the server part and the client part. Like it's a classic system. The server part is responsible for the centralized running of the storage, monitoring, and analysis of the data, which is being received from the client part, which is located on the equipment of the company. The platform is universal. It can be used anywhere. The operator, can you please now turn on the video so that we can all see how it looks?
Представляем вашему вниманию.
We represent a domestic development called Inspector, which can be a basis for informational security and the effectiveness of the company. This complex Inspector is a system informational security of monitoring and analysis, and also analyzes the risks which this tool is necessary for each organization. This Inspector complex tool provides program solution, staff analysis. The architecture of the Inspector consists of the server part, which is for quick receivance, and the client module, which is installed to all of the computers at the organization and helps detect possible informational and political security breaches. It's an individual approach. The architecture of the system and the implementation system is quite quick to install with low budget. It helps develop. So according to the statistics, whenever an employee is being paid in 100% installment, then an employee spends quite a lot of time on non-work related activities. Any sort of incidents of informational safety are almost always connected with people, with human beings. Our advantages is the domestic project, which has 99.9 domestics. It also matches all the international standards of ISO 27001. We provide a full installation and support maintenance. The company's match has the KNB, the local security system certification. It has special services for searching for missing people. There's no need to purchase additional equipment. We provide full support, legal support, and we have 24/7 support also. The functional abilities are quite various. The system represents an analog of a black box, of a dark box, which monitors all the activities that are being done on this PC. Thanks to this wide system, the system lets us meet all the necessary needs, requirements of information security dictated by the law of Kazakhstan, and also all the recommendation of international systems. The system is actively working for many years in many areas and regions of Kazakhstan. The company TO National Innovation Center is competent in cybersecurity, in creating the services, and we have a system of certified specialists. We have implemented these solutions in more than 50 companies.
Thank you very much for your attention. In general, our product is very interesting, and if you have any questions after session, I'm ready to discuss with you any questions you are interested in. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander, for valuable information for this interesting product. Also, of course, when you get the certification of National Security Department, I think your product will be in demand in our labor market related to cybersecurity of Kazakhstan. Next presenter is Oleg Bычарov. He is the PC4 representative from PC4U, and his topic is cybersecurity centers of data processing. Good day, dear participants. I'm expert from PC4U. I would like to welcome you in this Digital Forum Almaty. Thank you for joining us. Please, could you switch on my presentation? Dear colleagues, the basics or basic functions of equipment and its security is, first of all, is the main basic requirement is the data processing, and the high demand in IT can increase the demand in security of data processing systems for sustainable development in the future, and it will stimulate new wave of investments in IT, in cybersecurity, and development of data processing centers. Operators, banks, and governmental bodies, all who provide telecommunication services and private and public clouds computings, and will need to respond to the challenges related to scaling the difficulties of computing and innovations in the sphere of software, particularly developing the cybersecurity. Also, we will face the problems of electricity power, and cooling systems, but engineering developments now will go to the new level that we can try in this level, and the critical sector of digital infrastructure is still in demand, and they will quickly develop and support the tendency in 2024 and in other years in the future. and they will create also new challenges for operators. It can be challenging for operators, for service consumers, and especially who integrate the innovations in IT sphere. All these challenges, for example, these challenges needed to strict control, the control of commitments, control of sustainability of development of those who provide the services and the data. And I would say that integrating the artificial intelligence, as my colleagues mentioned before, especially in protecting the data's, it's evolution of management of data processing centers, and it is the building the campuses on data processing centers. In particular, I would say that new legislation norms in our country, in the world, that make strict these regulations of using these technologies by companies, and some operators can be in deadlock because it will be for them can be very challenging, because they need to integrate all these new technologies and will learn how to manage them. It will be not only challenging, but it will be very cost expensive. And our colleagues mentioned about the demand on artificial intelligence. Yes, AI will influence on them, and yeah, now we are like to scale up. Yeah, there is increasing in demand of on center of information processing centers. So they should be security sphere should be strengthened, and these services can be provided not by everyone. So, and the tasks, the objectives are how to provide wide range of services in combination with security, sustainability in one particularly sphere or object. So I would like to illustrate you our successful productive consortium. It's Alpha Grisin and PC4U. Alpha Grisin is a big international producer from Greece. We have already signed the contract and we started our collaboration. This is our product in Kazakhstan. Briefly, in a nutshell, I can say that first of all, it is the reliability of our solutions of providing the data storages, processing, and business continuation, and most of them is the security provision, taking into account all standards. And we also are ready to work with computing clouds and to provide a good saving the financial part. Also, we in our company we have engineering staff who are ready to provide technical support for our clients 24/7 in all regions of Kazakhstan. Of course, we develop it we work according to the standards released by the government. And our modular centers of data processes I would like to say, taking into account from the last events in Almaty, I mean the earthquake, it is earthquake resistant modular systems, and our products are usually tested in our factory, and it is filled by necessary details, by standards, and we are ready to provide and show that we have what we have. There are different kind of installations that will I show you later on, and we have embedded products. It is proactive responding of physical security, also cyber security. And this is very safe management of all engineering infrastructure of center of data processing. Some slides about CAPEX and OPEX, and we also, our company can provide very flexible solutions that is power effective and less PUE. It is the with less PUE, and of course green technologies. We of course use the green technologies. As for security, as Victor mentioned in his presentation, I would say that we also offer optional security protection from magnetic waves, and we have big companies who focus on magnetic protection, and also we prepare the ready product which was tested in which is tested usually in factory, and corresponded to all standards and the requirements. And you can see our examples of our products that we produce together with Alpha Glycine company. We try to work with the companies in Kazakhstan, also in Uzbekistan, for example, our product of free cooling that is made by green technologies. Also, yeah, if you are very interested in, I can discuss it individually. This is the commercial bank. This is a live photo of our product. So also, if you are interested in, we can illustrate you in place. And of course, we are ready to provide you we share our experience of adhering to normative legislative norms and security norms, and this will be for our clients ready solutions of any problems. So we will take into account all your wishes, and then we are ready to scale up both vertically and horizontally in order to provide our solutions for companies. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. And that's my presentation ended. Thank you, Oleg, for your interesting presentation. Yeah, we are very happy when we see local products in Kazakhstan who can meet all requirements of modern world. Next speaker is Chingiz Taltayev. He's expert from Fortinet. His topic is very interesting. It is related to Mikhail's presentation. It is the best practices to protect industry infrastructures. We are glad to see you here in this forum. I'm the senior system engineer of Fortinet company, and today I will talk about the best practices of providing cybersecurity in industries. So my presentation actually is about practical oriented. We'll give some recommendations that can help the companies to strengthen their cybersecurity in the infrastructures. Before I start my presentation, I would like to say that IT, it's information technologies, and we have the word OT. So OT means operational technology. So operational technology, and in fact that this is also related to IT. It's related to information technologies. But they have their specificity in industries where they use sensors, different kind of sensors, and different kind of equipments. There are specific equipments, and they have their own software according to specific protocols that you can't meet in other IT systems. For a long time, these systems they were existing separately, and people who provide this OT, they thought that these systems were not connected to internet and other networks, but because of IT transformations that my colleagues mentioned, that in order to be competitive, the industries they need to connect IT with OT, because sensors, robots, and all these systems use different kind of OTs that can be in cloud or integrated to IT. So these integrated robots, sensors, and other equipments that are used in modern technologies, they can't exist separately. They need to be maintained, to be supported, and how we can do it, how we can protect all these equipments and systems. And many companies, by transforming the digital processes, they try to combine IT and OT. It usually takes place in the center of digitalization, and it can be in oil and gas and power generation companies, or control center spheres, manufacturing and logistics, and all these spheres use OT and IT systems. And many companies need modern systems of management. And when we combine OT and IT, of course, we face the issues of cybersecurity that is inevitably if in front of any companies. So all these services and all these controllers need monitoring. So what is the difference between OT and IT? First of all, it's a critical. When we talk about, for example, when our service is broken down, or in IT, so user can lose the access to any software that is in this service, and you can't use this service, and the people, for example, can't use their comfortable services that they used before the breakdown. And as for when we talked about the OT cybersecurity of infrastructure, for example, in our water power, there is, for example, the pumping can be out of order, and it can threaten the lives of people. These all kind of incidents in the industries are very critically important, because it closely related to our health as human beings and our life. So in those industries where they use heavy industries, they can be very for example, in atomic power plant, if there are some blocks or there are some OTs, if they are out of order, of course, it can lead to some death of people, and the damages will be very huge. And Fortinet and the analytics, they see and monitor a lot of incidents that are increasing year by year. And if you know, maybe in news you read these incidents regularly, we can see the problems with pipelines, water pipelines, or water pumping systems, and we can see some electric power cutoffs. All these are related to the incidents that usually take place in places. So that's why they are related to IT and OT systems, and we can see that integrating AI allow us even the school students using AI, they can create the hacking code that can be used against any industry software that can hack any companies. So this incidents quantity is increasing. So hacking is becoming very easy, and it is easy to hack any enterprises comparing to the past, and to protect against hacking is difficult and challenging. So for the companies who use the networking industry networking, and who are thinking of protecting their OT and IT systems, they just want their work to provide their industries continuous working. We offer our consumers use the 5 best practices of protecting OT and IT infrastructures. First of all, any kind of security starts, we have to know what is it. All assets that are in the industries, we have to make inventarization and understand the security of landscape. We have to conduct the audit before starting. We have to understand what is the level of security of any industry or any company, and we offer to use different kind of technical methods, including methods of audit, and that helps us to collect this data and analyze, to have a clear understanding, clear picture of about the security of any industries, because there are no company who doesn't have any challenges with cybersecurity. So understanding the conditions and the situation of cybersecurity in any company, we can offer our solutions. And those who build industrial networks, for example, it allows hackers to attack all necessary, like the systems that is nearby. And so, for example, you have to provide the segmentation of networks related to OT or IT, and all assets should be segmented, and all our network is divided to parts, and OT and IT is called as segments or zones. They should be connected to any channels, and inside they should be, we have to strict rules of access to that channels. In order to we have to just allow only those traffic that is allowed according to security standards, and it allows us to decrease the zone of damage. If somebody hacks us due to the strict rules, we can decrease the damage area, and hackers will know that he can't hack other segments because we have firewalls, and controlling the access is not enough, because between these segments we have traffic. So that's why we have to understand what we have in our networking traffic, and we have to analyze on threats and the vulnerable points in our networking traffics related to zero-day attacking and so on. So it is necessary to think about the protection. For that, we need a full analysis of protecting systems in our industry, in our company, using CM and COR systems, and it will lead to know what kind of equipments and what kind of applications we use, what kind of ports we have. So we will have a full picture of our traffic flow, and by analyzing the behavior of our traffic, we can timely defend our system and identify any hacking cases of our organization. So it allows us to decrease and to collaborate with our partners. So
Also, it is necessary to obviously control the access. You cannot leave the network without any control. So all the accesses that users have to have for the resources, they have to be provided with a many-factor authentication. We have to use all sorts of methods of control on a role model access. Those who are not aware, it's a model. This opportunity gives us a chance to flexibly use large groups of people, so that we don't have problems. Also, only authenticated devices should be accessed to the access all of the devices that are being connected. We can't let them through. We have to understand what kind of device this is. We have to check. We have to thoroughly have a look of the device, and then we should also control and check and test the user. So we shouldn't just one time use our device. We shouldn't just let them to the network, but we should constantly watch what kind of device this is and what is the user doing online. Because the status of the device can be changed. Because let's say you've checked it. First it was fine, but then what you're doing is maybe they used some sort of USB, and then the context of security, the status has changed. So we shouldn't let this kind of device into the trusted segments. We have to totally increase the access control and closely monitor it. And also something I'd like to mention is in any sort of network we have access points. What is this? Because what they have is to the IT connect. So traditionally, classically, usually it is when the network infrastructure exists independently, many different groups of people are being control it. Let's say the firewall and the commutator, the switching are not connected. Whenever there's an incident, there's like a large problem into identifying which access device is being managed by a host which is doing incorrect actions. So it's not an easy question to answer. So what we provide to these companies on seriously improving their security of their system to provide conversion of a network safety and network infrastructure. So a network which was greatly built, it should include initial architectural implemented network security, safety. What does that mean? That means that the control devices as a firewall on switchings are interdependent. They shouldn't be existing independently, which led this, let's say, this firewall to understand what happens, what's being done, what apps are being used, and what is the user doing by using that device. What is the user doing? Where is the user surfing on website? That's why we can understand what and people are doing. If we have the screen by doing things, we have the switching. It lets us immediately respond to an incident that has created, to immediately isolate the user and the device which is doing illegal actions in our network. It can even be done automatically. So that is a fundamental basis for the companies to have an infrastructure which is remote, which are connected with the safety, which can be then act as a basis for the user. And finally, that will EB comment, that will give a chance to EB and IT teams as to what exactly is happening on the network, where is it happening, what device is it taking place, and if something goes wrong in terms of protection, we can immediately react without the person's participation. We are all about the automatization to remove all the unnecessary routine from a human being, so that the teams can timely respond to an emerging incidents in the informational safety. Let's now talk about the following. Whenever we implement these protection actions, the question emerges in the IT teams, where exactly do we start? So the first thing I said, what needs to be done, we have to provide a network segmentation. We have to divide our network into different safety zones, which should be connected with each other. All of them should be controlled. If we have some sort of external contractors, some users that connect to us, the activity of those external people should be controlled. We have this PAM, which is the control of what is being done. So we have people who, contractors, who users, who for them to do their work, they have administrative rights. We have the administrators who need to have the administrating rights to perform their work. It's a potential threat because they have high privileges. If they're if their PCs will be infected, that means the whole network is now threatened because they have high rights. Because what we recommend is using systems of the PAN class for the privileged users. They have to clearly know what exactly are they doing in the network. The admin shouldn't be doing whatever he wants, whatever they want in the network and on the web, just because he's an admin. Whenever an admin wants to install a certain program, we have to clearly understand as to what's happening. Any sort of security starts from. We can't protect things that you are not aware because the visibility. So the awareness of the teams about what's happening in the teams, about the traffic, about the user's history is the key. Because of this data, we can clearly understand as to what do we protect. Apart from that, the role model of the access is a must-have. We have to use it in the network so that to give out, to clearly understand what rights do everyone have in each system, and in case something happens, we can then remove those rights. It's necessary to provide the security of working stations in IT. So in the IT segment, we need the endpoints protection and EDR systems. We can't clearly work on things if we don't have a center of dispatcher system. It could be an SDR system that collect all the analytics from all the systems in all the servers on the virus systems. All that all this data gives us a chance to the IT team as to how well the IT systems work, because if the server has been working quite well and then it increases up to 100%, that could be a signal as to something happened, which shows us the servers. That was like a lot of work, a lot of volume. So what we recommend to our customers is that they look into solutions of a deception class. The idea is that you can then provide, you can create traps for a possible hacker, because the hackers, when they enter the infrastructure, they can stay there for quite some time without being noticed, and many companies have no idea that they have already been attacked and hacked. So this honeypot system helps us create traps so that we identify the hacker, because hacker cannot stay there for ages without being noticed. Sooner or later, the hacker will start being active, and these solutions help us quickly identify this sort of hidden attacker. And thanks to the integration of these solutions with the protecting measures to completely cut connection, to eliminate this threat. Basically, that was everything I wanted to share with you today. So what we discussed today here is that the Fortinet company, which has been existing for more than 20 years on the global market, is now is about developing the cybersecurity platform development, and that complex approach that they have about protecting and implementing and carrying out has been fully active. If you're interested how to make things happen, please come to us and we will be happily demonstrating everything to you. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Chingiz. So you've started with something quite far for all of us, with a TaxNet. So we can see that all of that is now approaching us as people, as companies which work in Kazakhstan, related to industry and production and so on and so forth. My dear colleagues, and we have now finalized our session on cybersecurity. It has now we don't have enough time left for questions. If you do have any questions, please, all the speakers will be available here at this event, so you can come up to them, you can talk to them in your own time. So we'd like to thank the organizers. Thanks to everyone. We thank all the members and all the speakers.
you can change the world around you.
Сіз сияқты қонаққа құр келмеймін. Ал заманауи үйде
Dear participants, I will moderate in Kazakh language. I was asked to use Kazakh language. So the presentation, the presentations will be in different languages, and you can ask a question. Dear participants, dear specialists, let's start our session. You're welcome to Digital Almaty. So our topic is new technologies in industrial ecology. I appreciate that you join here to take your valuable time. Dear guests, you are welcome. Dear guests, so along with the innovations, also we today's sessions. Let me introduce today's session's guests. First is Vitaly Ostapchuk, OST, the director of OST Engineering, and he will speak about automation of industries, automated system of ecological monitoring. And the second, our guest is Igor Yusupov. He's a director of from Analyte company, and his topic of his presentation of monitoring and the water monitoring. And the third speaker is Artur Nigmatyanov, Honeywell director of the Honeywell company, and his topic is Honeywell innovations and responding to global challenges in ecology. And the fourth, our guest is Guo Ling, and the Chief Engineering of Cloud Engineering, China of Academy of Communication Technologies. His topic is analysis and outlook of development of intelligent systems in China. You are welcome. And the fifth speaker is Rustam Kabzhanov. He is a General Director of EcoGer. His topic is integrating the new technologies in ecology, in industry and ecological challenges and risks. So we once again to thank you for joining us, and we hope that your presentations will be very valuable and informative. And after your presentation, there will be Q&A sessions. Each speaker has 7 minutes, and then we will have first speaker is Vitaly Ostapchuk, and he will talk about the automated system of ecological industries. How to decrease the risks of challenges and the effective methods of monitoring this ecological risk and management. Oleg, please.
Презентацию можно?
So, please, can you open your presentation? Good morning. My name is Ostapchuk Vitaly, and I will talk about our automated systems of ecological monitoring. So we were founded. We have 20 years experience, and we created this company in order to that our customers to help our customers according to ecological standards to decrease the ecological risks in the region and in the country, and to get ESG, and before due to the automation processes. And our solutions are the ecological legislation is very wide, ecological code. There are a lot of rules, legislation norms, and all enterprises must monitor the emissions into the atmosphere. And by the new legislative norms, they not only must monitor there, but they have to monitor them in real-time mode. So our solutions are suitable for any kind of enterprises. So what our customs industries face first is do they work according to the ecological standards legislatives? If they do not meet requirements, they will be fined. And the last 15 years working in this industry, the biggest fine it is 15 billion tenge, and it was the risk of depriving the license. And ecology is related to the huge workload of specialists in the Department of Ecology. They organize the tenders, organize as commercial offers, and so they spend about 10 million and more spend expenditures. And our solutions is ISM of air monitoring, automated monitoring of emissions, water emissions, and we have own software system that has different kind of functions depending on our customers' requirements. That is met to the legislative norms of our country. And you can see in my presentation the positive effects of our work. If we automate the system, you can decrease the monitoring different kind of monitorings from government bodies, and also you can decrease the workload of your staff, and you can decrease different kind of works that your ecological environmental department usually perform. And if the industries develop different kind of documents during the 10 years, they have to modernize, integrate the technologies, different technologies from the labor market in the sphere of electric power savings, and the government also supports these industries, and they do not pay any fines for emissions. So each industries, they have to be calculated, they have their own taxes and so on. So the most accessible technology is automated systems, and for the managers, for the directors of industries, they can get ESG from the overseas, and it proves that these industries are eco-friendly. And for the foreign investors, it's very advantageous. About advantages, I told you, and so we are the local company, and we produce our own products, and comparing to other producers, we are very competitive, and we have very reliable products, and very high quality products. So we ourselves project our products. We have all special audit of our products, and the prices are cheaper than our competitors. And our company is very young. One of the biggest of our project is Fik Alel in eastern Kazakhstan. They had a problem, and they needed to integrate two systems of heating, and the population, they complained that this factory polluted the air, but then we helped them to solve this problem by automating their systems, and then after the ecological monitorings, they could pass all standards, and they did not exceed the emission level. And our system has been working for 3 years, and now we are negotiating with them about automating more sources and more systems. And the next case is mining industry. They had a huge workload in environmental department. They couldn't provide enough reporting timely about ecological emotions, and they had some problems with the population, and we established 4 stations of monitoring the dust emission and air pollution, and our customer is satisfied by our products. Now we are negotiating for further cooperation with them. And the third case is also in mining sphere. They had the problem that they couldn't correspond to new legislation norms, and after our project on automation of different pipelines and on 5 stations of sanitary protection zones, we could offer an effective solutions, and they after that they get the permission from ecological bodies, and at the end of the year they could get the permissions. Our team is I have been working for 15 years. We have implemented 100 projects. We also develop legislative norms, and we develop we have good specialists here, but he is not present today. So all our certificates, all our equipments are certified. We have the authorship patent, and now we are also applying for another patent to legalize our products. So if you are interested in, we are all the time try to explain with our clients, and we do some analysis of the industry, our customers' factory, and then they work and try to solve their problems. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please, you can come to our stalls and ask all your questions. We can illustrate outside our products. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please, I can pass you to microphone, and I will give you microphone.
Any questions? Do you have any questions? Okay, and then if we don't have any questions, then let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker, Igor Vladimirovich Yusupov. He is the CEO of Prom Analyt company. About the ecological ministry and on the water topic will be the topic of his presentation. Let's talk about let me introduce the company, about the analytical company and preparing and installation on the gas, on developing the gas and automatization of the entrepreneurship. They have about 100 large projects for like 12 years in gas analytics experience in Russia and Kazakhstan. They have 2 branches in Russia and Kazakhstan. Igor Yusupovich, would you please start? So we are now starting. Can we please share the presentation? Can we please, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me first of all, I'm happy to be here on the session and listening for me to structure the next speech. My dear colleagues, is it possible? Do we have representatives of some companies? Do we have any representatives of some large companies of oil, metallurgy, or any other? Okay, great, I see them. All right, then let's start from the passport of the company. Prom Analyt Group of companies was created in 2009, and one of the first ecological monitoring system was installed by us at the energy company in Pavlodar Energy Company in 2010. At that time, there were no requirements of the ecological codex, of the ecological code about the number of emissions, but there was a technical regulations about the regulations to provide the necessary systems. But it was quite strict when it was not the case. About 50% of the companies, they have installed the system, adapted the system, but the rest did not. So then we continued developing about the system of ecological monitoring, and at the very moment we have about 60 systems developed, installed at the largest companies as Phosphate, Karaganda Energy, Astana Energy, ArcelorMittal Steel, and Darmet, and one of the largest companies in the country. So what does the range of our services include? We have the institute, we have the production, and we have the lab. If the client starts working with us, we fully solve all of the circle of his potential problems. So it's not a secret that the ecological monitoring systems, whenever they are being installed at the company, at the enterprise, obviously they do not add value. They do not add added value, let's say. So obviously it is the approach of each person to the perception of the surroundings, of the environment, of the air, and everything is changing. But still, as the company positions themselves, it's not easy for them to solve the problems. So when they have the new ecological code and the legislative requirements, so many new companies haven't faced this, and that's when the problem occurs. For this, as I said earlier, the Project Institute, when we work on that, we add that to a company, we connect it to construction or the oil, energy, and after that, we have a constructive documentation of the development, and then all of that is being, and it's then the production of the ecological monitoring itself. After that, there's this, the service, the manual, the maintenance, the calibrating lab of the installation. So we solve all of the problems of a client on our level. We do the calibration, we do the services. As I said, from that year we have like them. So what the client necessary it's necessary for the client that it also we do some training of the users. It's very important at the very moment. So as I said, the new direction. So it's like on the bridge, on the crossroad of the automatization, the basic knowledge of chemistry, ecology, and as of today, we obviously many companies do have this kind of specialists, but we still conduct some trainings. We have recently conducted a training for all the department representatives of the ecological ministry of the Kazakhstan. Many of them have shown great interest in this. So now, for the economy, they now know what this is and they are aware of about how to deal with this. So these ecological monitoring systems, obviously they do have some challenges. What the challenges are, again, is that it constantly needs to be maintained in a working function. It needs to be supported. It's not like you just install the indicator once and it will keep working forever. No, you have to pay attention whenever there's data transferred. You have to implement sanctions, some checking and monitoring. So we provide education of those systems that we have, the ones that we have installed. We have now developed and implemented this on our projects, like a remote diagnostics, remote checking, so that the system is maintained in a working part. So, and then we tell our clients, we tell them about what could happen in the future. We warn them. So we've created a service center in Taraz, in Karaganda, of those regions, in those regions where we have a large amount of systems, so that they constantly on a daily basis, our engineers can come and monitor those systems. In terms of the supplies and the representatives in the branch, we do have a representatives office in Russia and in Uzbekistan as well. Uzbekistan is actively working on this. They had their initial loadings of their equipment. They've shown great interest in this, and also, so we've installed the system right now, and just about an hour ago, there was a meeting with the Vice Minister of Ecology, and the items discussed were about this year, that this year it will be compulsory to have active work so that the companies who haven't installed the system yet, they will start actually implementing these approaches. So what are the challenges and problems related to this are occurring right now? What I can say is that as of today, at the moment, if we want to talk about it in detail, in technical details, all of the tests are being all of the examination is done with remote, with let's say some tools, with portable tools. Can we have a look at the presentation, please? It only has 3 pictures. Yes. My dear colleagues, are you interested about what the system consists of? What are the boxes, lines, and etc., and so on and so forth? Right. In that case, we will have it prepared and we will share it with you later. So let me bring an example about what could happen in real life whenever using the system. It has an optic and electrochemical way. There's 2 ways. The electrochemical way of measurement, it's very dependent into the humidity of the gas. All the departments come with electrochemical. Whenever they measure it, whenever they try measuring with the optical ones, which is more accurate. And that's when the question arises. So when the electrochemicals are lowered, and when all the companies have the VDV, and obviously the service is not as lowered, when the optics arrive, they will have some problems. Having understood that, we have of the portable optical gas analyzers. They are the mobile SM. So in the process of the stationary working, the user has a chance to connect this system. It's the measurement system, it's the optics, of course, and more accurately compare the data. It's one of the aspects. The other one is on the training of the staff. As I said earlier, we're actively interacting with our Pavlodar professors of the Pavlodar University professors. So as you can see here on the system, what we have done. So we are working with the IT university. We have an understanding, a mutual understanding. So they have implemented this into their educational program. They will implement this problem. Who will be dealing with supporting the SM system? I think they will be interesting and will be great for their employment opportunities. I don't think there's no detail about the equipment. You can see the board here and the post-ecological monitor of the sanitary protection zone. About the issue of this equipment, in 2022 we faced a challenge, which was when we almost had, the production has almost stopped, related to the border with Russia being closed, and all the logistics chain has been broken. And that's when we decided that we shouldn't be just purchasing some compartments from abroad, but we should be independently producing them ourselves. So as of right now, we have the multi-compartment gas analyzer of the stationary. So we have also managed the production of some lines. We have managed the production of our own independent compartments locally, domestically. Some have a 90% localization, but some devices have about 40-60% of localization. But we are moving forward to it. It's one of the most optimal approaches, because there's no point in if we have world leaders who do these compartments. So basically, some of the parts we will still be purchasing abroad, but we are minimalizing the amount of compartments we purchase from abroad. So let's say that's how we reduce the risks. Let's say we have the production here in Kazakhstan. We have a diversified amount of suppliers. If we have a diversified amount of suppliers, then we minimize the risks. And obviously, for example, with Kazphosphate, when they have created a system and they have installed it, and then they have to measure the ash phtor, They measure the hydrogen. We've sent a request to Siemens, and they were supposed to load the devices. But what we've discovered is that the hydrogen is used when enriching the uranium, so the buffer has now banned it, so they're not letting it through. So in the past year, we have been waiting for that device. We have no idea how this will end. We have all the documents, we have all the necessary equipment in all languages for us to receive that compartment. So yeah, let me bring a great example about the toast engineering, for example, that they started producing things themselves here in Kazakhstan domestically. But when the border with Russia has closed, I'd like you to pay attention. We even couldn't buy some basic items that we need because they were all produced in Russia. So it's quite a serious issue that we have, so which affects the security. I'd like you to please speed up since we're running late. So one of the tasks that one of the objectives I was given by our commercial director is to talk about one of the new directions. As you can all see on the news, we have a large problem with providing of the water resources are now lacking, as you are all aware. So we've been dealing with that for the past 2 years. So we have this agricultural delegation. We spend about we lose about 60% of water resources on agricultural purposes. They have drawn like a scary statistics about where is the water being lost. So in fact, I went to Mirzakent, to Chimkent region, and I've seen it myself in Kızıldağ region. So it is looking quite scary. The water is just going nowhere. It is being lost. We use that water to water the agricultural for the purposes. I do understand it's crucial for the country, and the president has mentioned it as well. So we've started moving forward to the calculation and monitoring of the water and the water distribution for the irrigation. It's some sort of tools that control the amount. The ones we have this production in Uсть-Kamenogorsk region. And using the Doppler method to measure the water in the open canals, and we're actively working with the bank, with the Damu Foundation. We have created a loan line, and we will be working in production into smoothing the production for the production of devices that that will be able to kind of sort of distribute the water whenever there's a request for water, and they receive a request saying this sort of station requires this amount of water, and then the gate opens, and then this kind of water flushes out, and then they have the measurement system, and all the data goes to the system. And once the necessary water has been, let's say, distributed, this gate closes. The first pilot of the pilot project by measuring the water was installed in Talas city, which is in Taraz region, at the Jambul region, which is one of our customers. In that Talas river, it has leveled down. So basically, they're lacking water for cooling down the compartments. That's why their production is significantly decreasing. So that's why we need to closely monitor the question of water savings. So for us to do the water diplomacy, we have to have the initial data. It's not like we receive the water or we don't, but we have to have concrete numbers, statistics, and for us to be able to work with that. So we received the data about the water distributed from, let's say, Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan, from different canals, but it should be done internally. So it's like a large, it's an important direction. So we've approximately look at the market. Let's say the Shandor, which lets the water out, they have about 6,000, I'm not sure what that is. We have the first project right now on the implementation of the Shandor, on the maintenance of those canals. It's a crucial issue. I'd like to thank you for your attention. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do the question session after the session, yeah? Since we're running out of time, the next speaker of the president of the Honeywell Innovation about the global challenges. What are the solutions to the innovation of the Honeywell? I'm sorry, innovation of the Honeywell. Can we? Oh my God, I'm sorry. About the electronic managing and controlling. It's an American corporation about using the technology, the turbo compressor and the aerocosmic devices. Thank you very much, Artur. You are very welcome here, and we're looking forward for your presentation. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to see you all here today. I'd like to just give a brief, like an overview presentation as to what are the mega trends in the ecological matters in the industry, and move on to what do we actually do. So this question is quite complicated in itself. So the goal of any company is to make revenue.
And this is very helpful in our 21st century, that our community pays more attention on these issues, and any kind of business processes in industries who produce different kind of equipment or chemicals and other substances, they have to meet the requirements of environmental legislations. So here in my slide, I would like to illustrate the main mega trends and briefly talk about our company. Honeywell has a 100-year history, and they deeply develop different kind of directions, and we are producers of very complicated chemicals and chemical substances. And our company is quite big, about 100,000 staff. And in Kazakhstan, we have been working for 25 years, and during this period, we did a lot of work and the projects. And last year, the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, Alkhan Smilov, awarded us for our huge contribution to the sphere of innovations. And three mega trends, our first one is the automatization and the digitalization of the industry that helps to control the emissions into the atmosphere. And these are the stuff that can optimize the industry and make the industries more modern and be in trend. And one of the most important trends are aerospace sphere, and in this field it is very important to know what kind of resources and technologies we integrate and we use, and where are our aims in aerospace sphere. And today's our topic is energy transformation, and here it is very essential. We have to know that the transformation should be in energy consumption and developing the energy sector and new green technologies in this sphere, and generating the energy, and of course the special stuffs that help us to decrease the carbon footprints in the and these three mega trends related closely to digitalization. They should be transparent, and data should be timely delivered. And as for our company, we have a certain kind of commitments that by 2035 we have to decrease maximum the carbon neutrality. And for this time, you can see our data, our figures that we could reach in the sphere of ecology. We had about 60,000 projects, and by 70% we optimized the energy efficiency of our clients' industry, and about 1,500 hectare forests we could update. And as for the previous presentations, I would like to note that using our technologies we could reach a big saving of water, and these trends are very important for our company. And as for ecological trends, if we talk about renewable sources of fuel, we are very developed in this sphere, and with the help of technology we could get green fuel. And in last year, the American airplanes using our fuel, they started to fly, and many European airline companies also they have to use green fuel in the airplanes. And we are expecting at the moment well-known companies, Total. We also have a good cooperation, and in Spain we are building our factory in Cofine, and that will help us to increase using these kind of green fuels directly in the near future in European airlines and in Central Asian countries. This kind of fuel helps us to decrease the level of emission by 80%. That is a quite good figures. So when we talk about the green diesel, so we can produce this green diesel from different kind of refined oils and reused oils in the level of big industries which produce different kind of consumer products. We can use this kind of oils for our producing the co-find the green diesels. Next trend is our planet is now our planet, our world's population overuse the plastic. In the world, there are a lot of plastic pollution in the world oceans and in the environment. And in this trend, using the advanced recycling technology, we could recycle 90% of reused plastic. And we also did research on this topic in Central Asia. We had meeting with the Prime Minister, and now for Central Asia, it's very important that the countries could identify the common approaches in order to gather the stock. If we gather the stock in enough quantity, we can integrate these technologies of recycling plastic in Central Asia. But many of them, for that we need steam cracking technology. But in Central Asia we do not have such kind of technology. Turkey has such kind of technology, and we are now negotiating about this. And this technology, we are building this technology, and this factory will be launched next year, and we will be the providers of such expensive and effective raw materials for factories in Turkey. So here we also advance it in best technology. This is the continuous getting the generation of the electricity from the renewable energy sources. As we know, as we know that generating the electricity is not stable, so that's why we can increase the stability of energy sources, and we can accumulate this electricity and continuously can stabilize and send it, distribute it, and automatization network help us to regulate and monitor of these sources. As for electricity efficiency of the industries is very important, and we also have experience in optimization of these technologies, and many enterprises use such kind of technologies. And for example, in Atra oil refining, factories, they use our technology. Also, the given technology was used in mining sphere, in ENG company, in aluminium factory, and it shows its effectiveness and balance of metals that helped us to get the transparency from the receiving the raw material till the production of the materials to delivering to the client, and we could show the chains where can be disruptions and some problems. So we minimized such kind of challenges in the chain, and all this production was in the green zone. And as for decreasing the greenhouse emissions, it is very important and a topical issue in Kazakhstan. And in this sphere, we have a very good developments and technologies in UEP, especially in dioxides in the atmosphere. We can just eliminate it, and with the consulate of United States and the trade chamber of the United States, and with the government, we have negotiations to integrate these technologies in Kazakhstan. As for the emissions, it is very important that my colleagues also discuss it on emission management and emission control. In this sphere, I would like to say that in our first presentation, in this sphere, Honeywell company has the 25-year experience. We have 140 staff and 85 engineers. So that's why I can say that we are very localized vendors in this sphere. We localize the first and the only the boards in this sphere. So we started to collect, to assemble them in Almaty, and in the sphere of gas monitoring that helps to save people's life in very dangerous industries. One of the gas analysis technologies that we are going to implement and to localize in Kazakhstan. The given technologies are very important, and we strive to commercialize these technologies and to increase and support the companies within the country to transform to ecological transformation. Yes, this slide is very informative, as you can see in which sphere our technologies are used. If we talk about the e-cars, and first of all, it's very important. We decrease the emissions until 99%, and all hot agents that used in air conditioning or in other freezing freezing equipments, their emission rate is very high. So using these technologies, we can decrease it by 99% in the sphere of freezing, and there are also green diesel that I mentioned. We have special produced materials for electric car batteries, and there is energy effective buildings and the security. Also, we produce the technologies that are technologies that can build energy saving buildings, and in the chemistries we produce biodegradable packages for the package of medicine like tablets. And in oil refining companies, we use absorbents, catalysts, and for digitalization. As for digitalization, we use different kind of technologies. We have a lot of successful cases in different industries. We could integrate digital twins that can help monitor real cases. Furthermore, as for the emission management, monitoring, and measurement, you can see these dashboards that we do. They are very user-friendly, and it's easy to learn. We taught 500 engineers in the sphere of automation in different universities. It gives us, we can calculate the number of emissions, quantity of emissions, and what differ us from other companies. We have a large library of counting emissions, and we are experts in this sphere. We have a locational support in this sphere, so that's why, in general, I could briefly explain the main functions and aims of our company. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Yeah, so any questions? If they have any questions, we can do next time. Next speaker is Guang Liang, the chief engineer of the Institution of China in the Academy of Communications and Technologies. This company have been working for 70 years. They are working in the sphere of 4G, 5G in mobile internet and cybersecurity spheres. So, welcome to our session, Mr. Gulang. Please, the floor is yours.
谢谢主持人，我就用中文讲啊。就刚才，这是我第一次来到哈萨克斯坦啊，也感受到了在非常寒冷的天气下，咱们这个数字阿拉木图的热烈，确实外面非常热烈。但我刚才听了大家的分享呢，大家的分享主要还是从工业的绿色低碳这块在做了很多的事情，所以可能是前面那个筹备阶段沟通的问题啊。我在想，我今天讲的应该讲点绿色低碳的事儿，但是我这个讲的呢，主要是在中国的计算方面的一些分析和未来的发展趋势，跟这个主题确实略有不同，但我觉得最后会有一定的相关性。那么这个是在我们中国近几年啊，实际上这个不管是中国还是美国，近几年。
Where we do the data, no matter where that is, no matter what the country is, what the years are, what we do is we collect the data totally, fully, and then we start the analytics. We have more than 300 centers like this. It's a support on a governmental level, and thanks to the artificial intelligence and these kind of data centers, we are able to do the analytics, and it could be implemented in Kazakhstan and other countries as well. So what I'd like to tell you is about our experience related to the intellectual So with all the integration and economics, so it's like a huge topic as of today. And we analyze all sorts of data. And based on the international level, we do lots of different analysis. And because for us, we think we do have some sorts of methods. They are traditional ones, but implementing artificial intelligence, in implementing all sorts of different technology, we could be increasing the production, the safety, and so on and so forth. So in China, we are implementing also these kind of data centers everywhere, which are able to do the analytics. The system recommends necessary measurements, and also including the integration of the enterprises and these kind of data centers. These sort of data centers, they do the analytics themselves, and they can be implementing. We could use this in Kazakhstan, China, and other countries as well. We've carried out a research in areas of intellectual calculations. We had lots of different reports, and we are working on continuing these kind of researches and studies. So this one is very important in the capacity which completes the whole process of calculation and usage of the data, because the demand increases and there's more requirements related to the cybersecurity and security. And our economy fully encourages the development of the economy and also the specifications. We do all sorts of workings, all sorts of developments related to the international standards. We also do the analysis of the network without the losses according to the technical questions, and we also carry out the analysis of all the we have the center which is called we implement this necessary technology. It fully matches the ESG standard and so on. And we do make sure it matches the internationalization. And starting from 2017, our center is leading the center of the end-to-end specification of the testing, and actively implementing all sorts of on the right side you can see all the reports. And starting from 2017, we have actively been implementing this technology in all sorts of areas and fields, and obviously starting from 2017 up to today, we have fully implemented the analysis and trying to provide the client with a network without any losses, the calculation of the risks, and that's how we move on to. These are the four main aspects which help the computing calculations. We have many moments which are included in here. In the past year, we've published a report of the National Center about the development of the data service in China. We've added necessary graphs and tables about the computing capacities. Our institute is trying to and aimed on implementing and using of the typical cases of the National Center of the Computing Capacity, and by having this sort of elimination, we've created a great and intellectual cases of the computing calculations. We've done in the analysis. We've done a necessary. We have all the necessary platforms where all the data is being published and do the analysis, no matter which sides are. Whether it's industry, whether it's data centers. We've closely worked with the governmental bodies. We're fully reporting to the government. And we could create necessary cases to you. We can present them to you later. The second point is the calculation of the industrial with the development of the internet. Работает. Четвертый канал. Что-то он говорит вам, я не знаю. So we have calculations. This is the last slide that we see. We can provide the necessary Chinese, the show center. Why did I come here? Why did I come here? We have So in China, what we will discuss this topic. On the left side, you can see we have all our work that we did. We will technically decide the analysis. Many works in 2023 in May. We've issued a report. In this year, we are working on that. On the right side, you can see the work that we have concluded in this area. I'm very happy that we've worked on this. We've created 3 reports, one in Beijing, one in Shanghai, and the third in Karamay. And the 4th one is now being done here in Kazakhstan, into the EOS. We have worked on the digital partnership. And also I'd like to say that our jointly platforms, we do have the challenges, but because there are some certain risks. However, with the support of the government, it's obviously, we have created lots of panel sessions, lots of discussions, and I'd like to thank our Chinese delegation, that we were invited here to Kazakhstan to this interesting forum. And also we plan to organize a forum in China in 2024, technological. We would like to invite all of you, and we started the collection of the data. And obviously I do hope that on the governmental level we will facilitate the exchange of informational technology within this framework, and I do hope that the countries will jointly and will closely work on things together. I would like to invite all the participants for experience, for exchange, for interaction, for us to study together. In China, we have this great platform. I'd like to highlight that in Almaty city, this forum is organized on a very high level. And I'd like to talk, and to finalize, I'd like to say that if you guys feel like, if you want to discuss some certain moments, we can directly communicate. You can see my contact details on the screen. I'd like to call for you all to interact with each other, and I hope our countries will have a fruitful collaboration. Thank you all very much.
Өте пайдалы ақпарат алдық. Сұрақтарыңыз болса, сессиядан кейін барып келіп сұрасаңыз болады, немесе осы сессияның соңына қарай. Микрофонды сіздердің қолдарыңызға береміз. Ал бүгінгі соңғы панельный сессиямыздың спикері Рустам Қабжанов. Рустам Қабжанов Экожер қауымдастығының бас директоры. Экожер тақырыбында бүгінгі тақырыбымыз өнеркәсіп және технологияларды енгізу, экологиялық рисктер мен сын-қатерлер. Тема презентации внедрения новых технологий.
The topic will be the ecological risks and challenges. Let me just add a short, brief information about the data, about the surroundings, about the equality, not just the economical development, but also the negative effects on the nature, and to reduce those negative effects. So when we are responsible for the businesses. So as to this market, this development of the companies, this fund helps this. So Rustam Mirza, you are welcome, and I would like to hear your presentation. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the members and participants of today's session. Me, as not like me and my colleagues who represent the production here today, I'd like to just discuss in an open manner. The topic of the session is the new technology in ecology. And if we have this new technology, and what do they lead to, and why do we need them? As you know, in history, in the 19th and 20th century, the industrial production and the technology has been implemented, first of all, for the effective production. So first of all, to increase the revenue. And the end of 20th century, in the beginning of 21st, the paradigm of the business has been changed. The new technology is being looked at so that the necessary production, the existing production, so that it becomes more ecologic, it becomes green, so that we reduce the negative side effects on the nature, on the environment, so that all the necessary technology that is being used right now, besides the production effect, they have a good impact on the improving the conditions of the environment. I'm happy to see my colleague, two Kazakh companies, the Honeywell company and our Chinese colleagues, all of them can demonstrate as to where is the industry heading to. We are at the Digital Forum, and we do understand that all the solutions as digital and technological, they lead to the fact that the production can take a step forward into the ecological impact. We do understand that we do have a real decent technical solution to solve these problems, challenges that have been there for many years. As an ecologist, I was quite happy to hear that our companies in the monitoring and of the emission monitoring are moving into the right direction. They can produce their own compartments, they can produce their own elements, and they can even provide ready solutions. As an ecologist and representative of an ecological association, I was just happy to see that, and I hope that we can work on this together, collaboration in the future. Apart from that, I'd just like to say that at 2:30 we will have another session on the automatized systems of the monitoring. I do believe my colleagues will be able to take part in that and talk about the things that weren't maybe covered in this current session. The Honeywell company has years of experience, of a long history in Kazakhstan. As we could see at the presentation, I do believe we have a lot of room to grow and play in. So apart from the advertising and some good news that we could be sharing right now, I'd still like to understand as to where is Kazakhstan heading to. The industrialization and the matters of the ecology, as you know, are being covered by the sustainable goals by the UN number 9. And these aims, these goals, they touch up on the production and industry, first of all. As the government, from the standpoint of the government and the businesses, we have to understand what are the gains that given by the government. Are they necessary? Are they enough? Are they object explained? So the ecological code that has been prepared from since 2019 and that was taken into action past year, it includes all the innovation that we have as of today in the world that exists right now. Also, apart from that, these innovations that we have regarding to this industrialization, they should be covered by the vocabulary of available technology. As of today, there's 17 of them. On the ores, and it's also about its energo-effectivity. And the third sector is the energy, which is that energy, the traditional one, the one that is there about the burning of, no matter the fact that the country has and about the ore. So those who have necessary information, they don't have enough technological solutions in terms of energy saving on the via. For example, such as it's the energy of the wind and the sun. It does limit the usage of the via. So nevertheless, this trend is available in the world, and it should continue happening in Kazakhstan as well. Even the solutions about these in Uсть-Каменогорск, in Kokshetau region. So these stations should be built on charcoal. And we do hope when working on that and approving those stations, most strict requirements will be applied to that. So even when burning that, I do believe we can achieve the lowest emission. So that we have this energy for the city and for the existing companies and the ones that are in the city center. So, and the new station should be built on the outskirts of the city and do not add to the existing emissions, to not worsen the existing current situation. In Turkestan, you know that it's almost like a holiday area. If we do build this station, what will this ecological situation will look like? So there's a lot of challenges and questions, issues when building new stations, so especially in the resort areas. So I hope that's the topic of this discussion. I hope, first of all, it's aimed at it being in the future the accessibility of the new technology for the industries, for us to keep and maintain our ecology is one of the first objectives that we have ahead of us, especially now when we see that the new technology, all the new technology approaches help us improve the situation and reduce this negative imprint on our technology. It's the hope and belief that our kids, our grandchildren will be able to live in a good ecology. Just like about a couple of days ago, I've seen a message on the internet about the usage of the plastic, and the message was as follows: that one of the English universities has been able to develop a new technology by using like this normal sunlight to dissolve the plastics without the thermal effect, without it burning, but by using sunlight to transform this plastic into the other type of the plastic. So there's the necessity to develop all sorts of hydrogen types to develop new plastics is going to be gone because we can use sunlight. So I believe these kind of new technologies that are going to be developed in the future should be always welcomed and supported by the government. As you know, the international organization, financial institutes, they shouldn't be the ones. These international financial institutions shouldn't be the ones providing the budget for carbon developments. So for my colleagues and all the companies that are present here that have spoken before me, so if this kind of technologies in Kazakhstan and abroad will be cultivated and supported in our country, I think that's going to be a #1 trend, and they should be supported by both the government and the society, the community. Us, the people, well, let's say the third power, the third will, which is now becoming stronger. So for us to government, the business and the community could be filtering and only making the kind of decisions that will in the future enable the improving the ecological situation in our country. Only this kind of that will let our business shouldn't be just telling the businesses that, but choosing the kind of technology that will help them make revenue in the future, but both keep and sustain our ecology. So I'm really happy to see my colleagues that are present here today. I'd like to thank them all, and I'd like to share that I agree with them. about the technological solutions that help us reduce the carbon emission. I think that's the top issues that we should be doing. The fact that this session is being held on the Digital Almaty 2024, I think the digitalization is one of those elements which improve the technological scope, which lets reduce the energetics. So to kind of reduce the amount of electricity produced, of the dirty electricity, to reduce the amount of time spent on data analysis, and help people make money not on the old ways, but the pre-production processes, but at the same time help improve those existing production processes that are present right now. So from my side, on my standpoint, in terms of the ecological association, I'd like to call everyone to, within the frameworks of this forum, of this panel session, to exchange those suggestions and ideas and those innovations that will be demonstrated here, so that we could then suggest this and initiate this to the government and to the International Center of Green Technology that was built by within the Expo, on the basis of Expo. They are now working on processing the information on the best available technology, and they should be able to create this base, and they should know this base, and they should be able to create those technological standards that Kazakh companies should be implementing. So this is what I suggest. So I'd like to say that all of the one present here could impact and improve on this. Thank you very much.
So if you have any questions, please, you can ask your questions. Please. So I have a question. Mr. Arthur, according to into 2021 and 2022, the producing bio corns, it was increased, and I'm in company where there was a biofuel is produced, and one of the companies, Honeywell, you said that you are producing biofuel, and what are your plans in Kazakhstan? Yes, this question is very good question, and we are now negotiating with the government this initiative, and in case we get support from the government, we first of all also the first if we have access to the stock and from the other stakeholders and stakeholders who are ready to invest the eco-fining, we will make our best to produce the biofuel here in Kazakhstan, because there are some limits maybe. So there are the limits on export of biofuels. Yes, this source must be used here, and the regulations must be also. If we have strong regulations among local airlines, of course, this topic will be very urgent. Mr. Rustam, I have a question related to so, for example, in Europe, there are the technologies who can catch these emissions. And how we can catch the emissions, it can decrease the emissions. Yes, first we have the traditional way of solution. It's the electrical filters and different kind of filters. Last year in Suskaman city was the thing that we had many years ago. They said, yeah, we can use these technologies, but among us we have a lot of population like the city, and it's impossible due to the city's population. All powers generating the electricity, they have to be built taking into account the existing types of and Russian Federation institutions and Chinese institutions provide the information. Today, they have the technologies relating to like the nanoparticles using the water-based technologies. Research is going to be developed, and we have during the expertise, we have to look into these new solutions should be offered, and of course it depends on the Ministry of Energy should also consider these questions, but as a community we have to raise each kind of questions, and because these new buildings, new factories must be built using all new latest technologies that decrease the emissions of dioxide into atmosphere. If we do not take into account and use this, of course the governmental programs and the Paris Agreement requirements will not be met. So, and we can't say that we did all the necessary things. Thank you very much. And Igor Vladimirovich, my last question for you is I want to ask about accountability of the water. Like can you give the percentage of accounting the water from Uzbekistan, from Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan, and how close they are? How close they are? Thank you very much. About the assessment of water assessment, I can say that unfortunately this job we did not assess well the water because we have old-fashioned equipments. Our president noted that, and all these equipments are used mostly. There are no meteorological attestation of these equipments and the right assessment of the water. So, and about 30 years ago, we used the methods that we used 30 years ago, unfortunately. And most of them, we rely on the data that we take from other bordering governments. For example, they say how much more water we got, and then we rely on their data. Of course, but this work in this sphere is going to be very active. We have like the hydro posts everywhere, and we finished our monitoring in Kızılar'da, and in the future, we also consider the pollution of the water, contamination, and for example, they water the fields, agricultural fields, and then again this polluted water go to the river. So, and then they contaminate our water resources. If you let me, previously you asked the question about the zero emissions. Yes, we have such kind of power. They work. Unfortunately, in CIS country, we don't have such kind of power stations. There are different such kind of stations. If we talk about the ozone emissions decreasing, so for example, there are different kinds of. One type is cheaper, one type is more expensive. So and they're expensive because so it is like the price is 70% as its factory itself. So in Europe they use so in this case you can see it's technologies that are used, but the challenges also we face, it is cost efficiency, because we have to buy additional materials. Of course, these technologies are important. I agree with that. We have to integrate them, and if community insist on, but we have to also do it based on our budget that we have. Also, it can directly affect the price of the electricity fees, and in the it depends on like the empowered bodies should identify the price and the charge of the electricity that is consumed by the entities in the enterprises. If it is if this factory is necessary for the government, but anyway they have to take into account the ecological friendliness of the factory. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Let's take a group photo. If you have any individual questions, you can go after the session and ask your questions.
Спикеры, прошу занять места свои. Начинаем, пару минут.
Dear speakers, would you please take your seats? So we are about to start the next panel session right now.
Коллеги, все.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. We are starting our next panel session, the trends of the industrial safety. In the era of the digitalizations, we're happy to welcome you all on the Digital Almaty forum dedicated to development of the industry and implementing all the newest technology. My name is Mitra. I'm the director of the company Artwork. We are the integrator of the industrial safety solutions on the basis of the drone. I'm the moderator of this panel session. We've collected the leading experts on this area so that we can share the latest developments in the area of industrial safety. Let me introduce the speakers. Melnikov Nikolai Alexandrovich, the CEO of the CAP Technology, with the topic of the new solutions in the industrial safety. Podvalov Alexander Yurievich, the CEO GSC IG Tech, and on the topic of implementing digital technology for the industrial safety, Dubayev Rashid Kultaevich, the leader of the Department of the Industrial Safety on Almaty City of the Committee of the National Safety of the Ministry of Baymishov Ruslan Mishovich, the president of Kazakh Mining Chamber of Commerce in the Gor mining sector in Kazakhstan, of the Kazakh Butimbayev Kenisari Kanatovich, the leader of the Tauken Altan, and the topic is Iskakir Amantayevich, the director of GSC Artentel. The topic is industrialization safety on the industrial objects. So what I do suggest that we are falling behind on our timetable. So shall we start by on the first speaker, CAP Technology, Melnikov Alexandrovich. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear guests and colleagues. My name is Nikolai Kolnikov. I am the CEO of the CAP Technology. Can I please have the first slide now? Dear organizers, would you please give us a hand with the presentation, please? You can skip the slide and put the next one. No, not this one. Next, the other one, please. Can we have some technical support? The clicker is not working at the moment. Great, I can see now it's working. I will now start with one of the most targeted goals, which is something the Kazatomprom is heading to. I'll note that this direction will be fully providing technological safety on the projects, but I'll talk about a few components that this model covers, which is one of the most important directions in the models, and something that the managing of the industrial safety should include. First is the electronic systems. The second one is the registration of the not hazardous and dangerous conditions, and the audits and inspections, and creating the audits and inspections on areas, and obviously the managing of the incidents. I will briefly talk about each of these elements of the components. One of the main components is the video analytics, video recording and analytics of the recordings. I'd like to say that the most of the companies, they limit the usage of the video analytics for the additional control of the entrance groups and on the providing the perimeter, the monitoring of the infrastructure, and obviously a large usage of the video analytics is about the transportation, registering and watching that. If we were to talk about it in details and the opportunities of this video analytics, it's important to highlight that the main components that are basically used everywhere is the identification of the peoples, identification of the transport, and identification of the transport. It's quite crucial for the companies that use a large vehicles, and mostly for companies that transport hazard, dangerous goods, technological conveyors, and control of the dynamics of the work nearby the projects, and the building of the heat maps in the areas of active works. I'd like to say that the new opportunities, new abilities of video analytics is the monitoring different sorts of monitoring the mountain dumps, which helps us monitor the ore in the mountain areas. All of this can now be implemented. If we are to talk about the cases that are being used at the Kazatomprom, is obviously the face recognition and control of the personal PPE, personal protection equipment, and the fixation of these breakages. Is all of this, if these rules are being violated, all of that is being monitored and fixated, let's say noted on a digitalized way. The breakage of a social distance during the pandemics, the way the people wear their PPE, if the angle is not correct, if the way they wear it is not right. So it's the detection of detection in the when you are in the and these special zones which are developing, detecting automatically where people are, and then making necessary solutions, and notifications in an automatic manner are being then sent out. So obviously it's identification of the number plates on the cars, and the control of dangerous goods, and the control of the transport, which is responsible for the transportation of dangerous goods or transportation of people. I'm sorry. So also it's necessary to mention one of the important components of our infrastructure is our corporate system, which is called ECAP. And some of the modules, I will briefly mention what they let us do and what are the functions that they possess, what are the abilities. If we were to talk about extreme dangerous conditions, extremely actions, we plan using ECAP, using mobile apps. I believe our colleagues from the departments of industrial safety can fixate dangerous activities and dangerous conditions. So and obviously our structures that are responsible, who will be performing an audit, will then help us improve the situations and solve these issues. So in all sorts of requests and applications that we register in those dangerous activities, we have three priorities: low, middle, and the high. And obviously all of this lets the management control the whole situation on the real-time manner, and to monitor the dynamics. If we were to talk about industrial control, we do have the necessary international regulations that have necessary instructions and manuals and the checklists. So obviously all of that is being implemented and included in the ECAP system. We have the audit controls, and then we provide recommendations. When the recommendations have been followed, we perform a report for the audits, and the auditor then concludes the request on the result of the work that has been done, and by the data of the analyst, then obviously the monitoring of the situation. Also, it's necessary to mention that for this kind of module as the medical health checkup, obviously each department has strongly regulated requirements of the health. Obviously most of them are using paper reports and the condition of the employees while they are there, and obviously Excel moments, paper, or some similar documents where the data is then being. As to the expenses that all of this includes, I think it's not. It's obvious that we are trying to reduce the human factor so that the human checkups that have now occurred in our ECAP system and all of that is being done automatically. I will briefly highlight on the we have ASMO, ESMO equipment which measure standard requirements such as pulse in an automatic manner, blood pressure, and so on and so forth. And also then this data is being forwarded to the ECAP. We have the status of this employee, and all of their data is then being transformed into the system. And the ESMO equipment is then being moved forward as to understand, has the employee been granted access to work or not. For example, here on the screen on the left side, you can see the screenshot from our testing system. It's obviously, we won't be showing you the full screen. In this interface that you can see, is being demonstrated. You can see all the list of people who have been through medical health checkup in the period of a day, in the period, and they can monitor people's physical state and the condition of an employee. If you can look at the slide on the right-hand side, you can see that we have necessary requirements for each. Let's say a person is a smoker or has some certain illnesses that are. So the management and the leadership then decide whether to grant access to this employee or not, or to, let's say, corrects or edits their entries. And it's quite good. It's necessary for Kazakhstan if you just look at winter.
So in winter time, it is winter time. It's cold, for example, or some people can't work in summer. So I think we have to take into account all these the conditions, health conditions of the people. And also, I would like to say that about the awareness of the employees on different situations that can take place, incidents in your industry. If you have more than 1,000 employees, and departments of technical security provision should inform your staff about different kind of measures, and about mobile access to level of authentication, and the person can get access to different kind of guidelines on security measures and audits, and take the tests on these measures. So as for guidelines in many industries, as you can see, that there are a lot of different workshops and trainings on security measures, and in our system also we integrated these kind of trainings, and each month employee will take part in this in these trainings, and they will get information online. For example, how many of your employees pass these trainings of security measures. And as for about 50-60 years in general, there are in industries as electronic access passing system, and or some industries there is a standardization system. Many companies, they have special directory or journals where they have to register when they go to somewhere, like the entrance time and exit time. So different kind of the different departments, they give special paper-based permissions, and then we try to digitalize it, and it will be online, and the employee will get online notification that he is allowed to go to any department or any part of the industry. And also it can be online notifications on different incidents during the work please, you have only 1 minute. Yes, I will stop in my last slide about the analysis of the access, so the managers can see which of his employees is working in which territory, so they will know their place of working of each worker, and it is very comfortable. And my last slide is the list of our the companies, partner companies, and Kazakhstan Prof is the company who committed to zero tolerance of different kind of incidents, and they try to adhere to pay more attention to the security measures of the employees. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for for your presentation, colleagues. Let's keep the time limit. It's about 10 minutes, and Q&A session will be at the end of the session. The next speaker is Alexander Podvalov, the CEO of Agatech company. Good day, everyone. So everyone come here sacrificing their lunch. Yes, I will try to be very brief, so I will not overload you with huge terminology. So I will tell about us, about trends of digitalization of industry and our solutions. My name is Alexander Podvalov. I'm sole founder of the Agatech company, and my report was based on our own vision and experience to develop the technical solutions in the industry. Agatech is a Kazakhstani company. We are successfully working since 2017 and integrate digital solutions in different mining companies. And the next slide, if it works, is so you can see in this slide the statistics, some figures. And these figures based on the last 6 months since 2023. This is the level of the traumas at the workplace, and you can see in different regions there are different figures, and the most people get trauma in mining companies. It's 21 and 8% people get trauma in mining companies, and we are offering the solutions how to prevent this trauma and different incidents, and we accept this challenge. And in 2018 we created the digital monitoring management system apparatus. So this product provides the 100% of requirements and meets of mining requirements, and then after it became the full scale system that could help us to manage the mining system industries. And our product is used by 15 mining companies in Kazakhstan, as you see in the screen, on the screen. And developing this system, we make also contribution to the economy of Kazakhstan, and our staff constantly working improving the hardware and software. We usually work on place and make analysis, and we are now creating the full dispatcher centers, and the Kazmunagaz system. Kazmunagaz is working in our with our product. We also work with Kazakhstan Technological University, and our company helps them to drill the oil and to extract the oil. And the next slide is about trends. In the industry 4.0, our Kazakhstan is lag behind according to several parameters. For example, the company that's Caterpillar, Komatsu, and Sandeviki, and they are going to plan to develop the smart systems to increase the security of technological and business processes. And the next trend is ESG. We heard a lot about this. These companies try to use ESG system in their industry, and according to the world statistics, it shows that using ESG leads to the improvement of the system. And these slides are shown. And apart from the security improvement, they also see the economic efficiency of our system. They saved a lot of finance, and we adhere to the legislative norms of our government on security in workplace, and we try to focus on the business processes, and day by day, year by year, we try to improve our system, and we try to integrate new models. The further development of our solutions are, as I told you before, what we had done and how to solve the security problems in industries. And in the next part, some problems that is still needed to be solved, and one of the most dangerous incidents in minings, it is the like the immediate and unexpected emissions of gas during the mining. It is one of the biggest dangerous problems. And our company offered the solution to forecast this kind of incidences. And I would like to say that the system of seismic monitoring to monitor the seismic activeness of on the place, and one of the dangerous thing is dangerous thing is. Last 40 years, because of mining blow, there were a lot of people died. And we can see the constantly increasing number of mining blows. And we think that it is relevant and reliable to establish the emergency chambers on mining to save the miners during these incidents. Also, they could give the signals to the earth to colleagues to save them, in spite of technological challenges. But our team, they have their own experience and their own projects that is unique and doesn't have any alternatives in the world. Next is the world tendencies, industry 4.0, and I would like to repeat that we are interested in not only the security of the workers, but also the economic efficiency. We are living in the world. We have to be competitive in our market. So automatic transformation, robotics, and all these new levels in the industry processes. In order to be in this new level, of course, we have to provide the high-speed internet of exchanging the data. And the last times, these mining companies tried to improve the transportation system of their industries underground, and try to adhere to use the protocols as IDC and wideband internet, fiber optical wires. As our president noted in his address to the nation, that we need to increase the export of IT services to $1 billion and make Kazakhstan to IT country. And according to our opinion, the main driver of the innovations in Kazakhstan should be the large enterprises and huge businesses, because they are ready to invest to IT projects, and about 13 billion tenge the mining companies spent to buy IT products, and this market should be also accessible for local IT companies, and we have to have access to international market. We work in close cooperation with Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. So the world needs the best practices of IT solutions, and they are ready to work with these best practices that illustrated their effectiveness. And innovative solutions must be launched and piloted in Kazakhstan in order to go to the international market. And our successful story shows that in the field of security, in factories and in labor. Time is going fast, so that's why sometimes we lag behind to adhere to the some requirements. So that's why in the parliament, in the ministries, I think we have to strengthen the rules. We have to strengthen the commitment of the companies related to the security of the workers, and we offer to improve the legislative norms in the sphere of mining field and forecasting the mountain blowing and other incidences. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank organizers for inviting me, and of course TechCart. Thank you for you. All the best. Thank you very much. So you could manage the time limit. So colleagues, if you want to take the floor, okay, you can take the floor. But okay, next speaker is head of the Department of Industrial Securities Emergency Bodies of Kazakhstan. What do you think? If I go to the floor, yeah, I think I will go to the floor to deliver my speech. Good day. Good day. I don't have presentation, but I think I will not read all my report or my speech that I prepared before. Just I briefly tell you some topics and the challenges and problems that we have nowadays in the sphere of industrial securities. As you know, we are empowered bodies in this sphere. Our previous speakers, they told and presented what problems we have in the sphere of industrial safety, and it is the issue of digitalization. So it means that what kind of problems we have in places in dangerous industries. I mean and what we should do to decrease the death of people in such areas during their work in the industries. So practice shows that especially in mining field we have a lot of people dying because of incidences. So by monitoring, according to statistics of monitoring, we see that in each place of mining field there are 20 incidents and a lot of workers die. My colleagues showed according to regions, and most of the people died in Karaganda region. So so of course it is very urgent situation, and in industry managers understand it, and they allocate some financial budgets. They buy different kind of equipment, IT technologies to prevent such kind of incidents that can lead to the death of workers. But there are another problem, another side of the coin about the legislation norms. So we have the legislation norms that can protect the business, but business related towards their workers, they do not meet all technical requirements, safety requirements. So according to statistics, we see that mainly, I can give you some figures. In Almaty, there are 300 dangerous objects, and in all these objects, we can see that they need to change. So they have to change and update their equipments because their equipment is just old, and of course they needed to be updated in order to prevent some dangerous incidents during the work. So additionally, what are the measures taken by the ministry or in the sphere of industrial safety? And nowadays we can see that, and protection of workers by industry side. Last year, with the Center of Digitalization Support, we automated preventive control and monitoring of the industries. Also, by the initiatives of the government to increase the quality of life of the population, we implemented the procedures of testing the knowledge of workers on industrial safeties. So it was the requirements, current requirements of our ministry. And for automatization, I mean the digitalization of the in industrial safety today, it is the more local, in the local terms, because not all enterprises are ready to digitalize their process. They are not ready. So that's why we face a lot of problems in this term. And one of the biggest barrier is different level of preparedness of these enterprises. The ministry in 2 years period, this ministry signed the memorandum with ArcelorMittal and Kazakhstan on digitalization of industrial safety, and nowadays department staff of industrial safety, they have online access to see and to monitor the work process in this field, but not all enterprises have such kind of opportunities. So nowadays the current modern intellectual solutions allow us to digitalize the monitoring and controlling the dangerous hazardous fields of industries. So I can give a lot of information, of course, but we are limited by time, so and gain experience. So that's why I think that so I would like to thank our today's speakers, because we are happy to see that we are making some progress in terms of digitalization of mining field and industrial safety. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
It was an interesting presentation, so it was right for you to highlight about the cooperation. I fully support what you said. And we have the next speaker, Ruslan Rashevich, by Mishov, the president of Kazakhstan Mining Chambers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So today the people remaining here are one of the strong-willed people, because it happened by the organizers that they divided our people into two. We have another session on the industrial topics at the same time is happening. I think my presentation will be a little bit different. I won't be representing the companies that represent. I would like to talk about those companies who will be on this market quite soon. Our topic is of the Kazakh company. It's important. Just a second, I will show you what they do. So those who unify those companies are the ones that are listed at the London and Australian and Canadian stock exchanges. It's the large companies that entered the Kazakh's geological aspect. There's 27 of them. It's those members of the market that were not present in Kazakhstan previously, but once the new code legislation about the ore has kicked in the closest perspective, we are expecting of the development of the large ore, the large mines. So we're talking about your potential clients. Your previous speakers have mentioned that we do have those who are necessarily talking about their politics. And me, in my speech, I'd like to talk about those companies experience that implement their level of the safety, of both safety and their level of digitalization, which is now even in our country are absent in our country in some areas. So let's now talk about the topic. If we are to talk about how do these companies come to the development of those ores, first of all, is the regional development of those. I will not be bothering you with complicated terminology. Once the company starts development of those ores, of those bodies, that's when things start. We have about 130 ideological reports as of today, and this data is not digitalized. They are just presented in the paper reports, which are, once the investor comes to the market, the investor has to interpret this data. And based on that data, they have to remotely study those territories. So let's say we have this experience on those largest companies, such as Multiphysics Group, when they have to have about 13 regional branches on 6 continents. They had a meeting with the Prime Minister. When there was the goal by developing and exploring new fields, they have more than 85 geophysics systems which have been digitalized, where they do the interpreting of that data. If we had to talk about, in simple words, about a helicopter or an airplane is flying over there with its own equipment, identifies perspectives, identifies necessary minerals, and with the aerocosmic pictures, and then identifies the areas where we should be searching and exploring fields. We have about more than 25 square kilometers, which they are in a state where an active development is being done. The government provides quite a part of budget where more than 7.5 billion tenge have been, which is like a small amount, which have been dedicated into the database or the mineral database of the country. So so these companies, they don't just come with the money or their employees, but they employ local staff and they provide them with the systems that they work with all over the world. And these systems, I personally studied this system. For example, Rio Tinto and other companies they let unify the data about the build, about the earth, about the ground, and all the geologists and all over the world, they have standardized database terminology that they understand each other. So all of this helps create a model of a field and help forecast its development using the world best technology and standards. So let's say we have our geologists. Let's say macromine and exploration development sort of programs using the beam technology, not just by the accurately calculating all the necessary data, but also with providing by the great processing of those fields, of those mines. How do we provide its correct and most effective usage in the most safe conditions, including ESG? And to finalize, I'd like to highlight that in one of the first sessions, it was mentioned about the digitalization in the industry. So as of today, we have the ministry in the industrial ministry. They have developed this minerals.gov.kz portal. We've seen the Australian portal, which has all the necessary geological information available in that country. An investor then decides as to, based on the data that was initially collected. So when developing this portal, we believe that in the upcoming perspectives, when it will fully be activated, that will be the portal that will be used in both the companies that provide necessary services and both companies and for both investors and who would like to enter the market. So to conclude, I'd like to end with a positive conclusion, saying that the market of the geological development of technological industry, which is existing all over the world, is not just limited by one country, let's say, for example, by the borders of Kazakhstan. Such territories are being presented, and these kind of projects are being presented all over the world. So like this year, we had a good case from like 50 cases of those loan participants, which is done by PHP. Two of the Kazakh companies, they were also members of our chambers. They won according grants, scholarships to develop those projects on our territory. So when the data is published, we won't just receive the experience of the world and that experience but also we will receive the perspective of those areas. You, as the ones who provide the service, will be able to gain clients when developing of those fields. So thank you for your attention. I tried to be brief. Thank you very much, Ruslan Rashevich. So let me just add something. So since we are dealing with drones are being actively used and are entered in the concept when there's less people, by using less people on the object. So I'd like to now pass the floor to the next speaker, is the leader of the digitalization Talken Altın company, Keyin Sarakanatovic Putinbayev. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kinya Sarri. I would now like to the digitalization of industrial safety on the Talken Altın plant. But I'd first like to talk about the company itself. The company was founded in 2013. The project capability is about 25 ton of gold and 50 ton of the company went in 2019. In 2019, we received the international London certificate called Gold Good Delivery, which lets the company trade gold on the world market. Then I'd like to talk about the digitalization of the Talken Altan itself. The digitalization was actively taken part in 2019. It started with the internal documents and reporting system, then on the sales of the equipment, which is done online, on the consuming of the electricity. Then we have implemented the system that calculates the metals, digitalization of all the journals of industrial safety. And we've implemented, in 2021, we've implemented a system which is called safe production. So I'd like to say that safe production is not just complying with all the rules, it's something else, something bigger, to constantly improve the quality of so we constantly try to improve it and digitalize its aspect. I'd like to mention about the digitalization itself of the industrial safety. This system, the one we have, provides such opportunities as registering a defect in the system and monitor its compliance, its effectiveness, its implementation. So implementation is not just monitored by the one who placed the request but also by the leader of that manager. So all the requests are always completed within their time, which helps us improve the safety. Any employee can create a request, and we can control on the certification of the staff. Also, there's like a chance such as controlling the expertise of the equipment, which lets the equipment to not just stay there, but to timely maintain and do all the necessary work that needs to be done for the maintaining. Also, the system lets us create the data integration with the database and API with the external systems, which lets us integrate with different systems and enlarge our industrial safety's completion into large opportunities. So to finalize, I'd like to tell you about the result of the implementation of the systems on the digital security safety. So the safety culture has been increased because the interaction of all the employees in the process of risk reduction. So whenever something happens, they use an iPad to create a request, and which is then monitored by all the people necessary. The system was quite performed well in a financial system because it helps us save time, because we don't have to spend time in terms to control all these requests manually, since all these requests are being mentioned in the automatic regime manner within the timeline. So also it gives us an opportunity to help to monitor these applications. So it helps us choose the person responsible for this request, and also many management solutions are being done on this on the basis of all the existing requests with their timelines as well. So let's also reduce production risks, and it helps increase the effectivity. It helps reduce the routine and paper processes. All the paper processes have been reduced as well during this year for like 3 times. which has positively impacted the ecology. We have reduced the expenses, which then lead into the complete blackout of the production. So because all of the regulation works are being done timely and being monitored according to the schedule, and maintenance works are being done in accordance with the time. So I think that's it for today. I'm happy to have met you all, and I'm happy for collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have some technical problems. All speakers try to keep the time limit, and after the last speaker, we can go to the question and answer session. Colleagues, if you have questions, please raise your hand, and then you can ask your questions.
Жарас Монтаевич. Все, подключили, да? Хорошо. Так, тогда позвольте представить следующего спикера, еще раз представить, да? Директор ТО Армтел, Искаков Жарас Амантаевич, тема цифровые решения для обеспечения безопасности.
Mr. Amantaev on the technical solutions of the industrial sphere. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. I am representative of Arman Holding, and we produce the climate bases in other countries, and in Kazakhstan we are known as Armtel, and I am the director of Armtel in Kazakhstan. So this is briefly about our holding. So I would like to say that we implemented more than 10,000 projects in 19 different countries. We work with a lot of big vendors, and I'm working in system integration field. So here you can see our principles, that we are the company as an engineering and a productive company, a producing company. So today's conference is about digitalization, so I would like to talk about the digital solutions. And in this slide you can see that we have a production line in India, Kazakhstan, and in Russian Federation, and now we are working as a local Kazakhstani brand. So you can see the line of our digital solutions. Centrena, it is the supportive system of making decisions, and Armtel, it is the unified platform of voice services, and we produce our equipments from commutators and dispatcher equipments. We all produce our products under this Armtel brand. AI and the BI, it is the system of predictive analysis of industries, and in Kazakhstan we try to serve Kazakhstani clients. Armtel Info, it is a system of alerting of personnel and population in case of threats and emergency cases. And across it is the address system of controlling and monitoring the equipments and industrial equipments. So here you can see a few references. We work with both Kazakhstani and Indian companies. We also have a cooperation with the Russian Federation companies. In Russia, for example, top 100 industries, they are our clients. And now I would like to give more detailed information about Centrena. That is the system of giving support system. All speakers mentioned about the problems of the industries, modern industries, and as a service company, we would like to support and help the companies with less expenses and effective solutions. different kind of industrial systems we offer for diagnosing, controlling the resources, controlling the employees. We also, I think, in many fields we have the problems of shortage of qualified personnel in terms of in digital solutions. Also, we have the problems of lack of time. So when we are lack of personnel, and if this personnel that we have, our staff is overloaded. And fourth one is we have special governmental requirements that we have to meet. This is also some challenges for many companies, and risks for industries. In case of emergency incidences, if the industries does not respond timely, you can see very negative consequences of these incidences, and also it can lead to the financial loss. And what solutions we are offering within the Industry 4.0? It is the unifying the all systems to the one unique system, dispatcher situational center, which have the database in order to respond in case of incidences, and our staff act according to the requirements, and we have to decrease the workload of our executive bodies and in controlling the situation on the workplace. And it can be implemented by integrating the unified service, and also we have to strive to the decreasing the human resource and digitalize all the processes. And our Centrena helps us to identify the reasons of emergency threats, and can decrease the threats and eliminate them. Then also it can lead to decreasing the financial losses and the risks for the enterprises. The main functions of our SPPR center is supporting in making decisions, as you see in the name, and development system of the message delivery. We have the prioritization levels on message delivering, for example, the frequency of message delivering and so on. Next one is the data collection system and executive mechanisms of controlling. And the key functions of Centra is centralized monitoring of the data collection. Analysis is giving the priority to the incident, checking the qualification of the threats and solutions. We can just launch the scenarios of responding to the incidents, and information is delivering the messages and informing the responsible people for in each department. And next one is accountability. It's collecting, analyzing the information of providing the report in audit. And as a result of integrating Centra, we can see the increased security on the industry, and we can save the productivity of the industry. We can provide the continuous production rate and warranty the processing the incidents in workplace, providing the support and help assistance for the personnel, and increasing the security and the other priorities and results of integrating Centrena system. An architecture of this solution, you can see here in my slides. We have the source of data. They can be some mathematical models of analyzing the material. They can be different sensors that are established in the workplace, or our system across, or also ARMTEL, or or it is the sensors of vibration or other video controlling monitoring system. All these data go to the central database, and according to requirements, in case of incidences, they will automatically process this information and respond to the incidents. It was my last slide. Thank you for your attention. Yes. Yes, of course, you have a lot of clients and representatives of different countries. I think we can learn from your experience a lot because you have a good international experience. Now, I want to start a question and answer session. Colleagues, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and be free to ask questions. My first question is Nikolai Alexandrovich. So you have also a long list of clients, customers. So you said that you are working with different industries. Can you just clarify how many users you have in your ECOP system? For example, how many users, like 1,000 or less? At the moment, ECOP is used by about 5,000 people. And when we integrate the new modules that I told you before, I think the number of users also will be increased and reach to 2,000 people, 2,000 users. They are all users of the industry, and on their mobile application they will get all necessary information regarding to safety in the industrial safeties. Okay, great. Yeah, it's a quite good big data. Alexander Grigorich, I have also a question. So in general, it's not first time I see your solutions. We were in different exhibitions. So I will not repeat my question about the functions of all your products, but I would like to clarify what are the key objects of your system. And the second one is when, for example, in terms of incidents in mining sphere, what are the solutions of seismic monitoring? So I saw the big container where the worker can go and be safe. And can you tell me about that? Thank you very much, Dima. Thank you for your question. First question is after yes, beside providing the security measures, also we illustrated that the effectiveness of our solutions for the industries by integrating stationary technology monitoring or some movement equipment, and also we give some tasks and different objects and show the effectiveness for mining industry. And according to analysis, after integrating our systems, the mining productivity increases by 2-3%. Also, the solutions about decreasing the expenses of the fuel, we can catch the cases of thief. So I want to say that the companies that I illustrated, so all the companies, they are satisfied by our solutions, and they said that these are your solutions are the best one in the world. So that's why I would like to say that in Kazakhstan, even we can develop such kind of solutions that can be very effective, not only in Kazakhstan but around the world, and we prove it. And we are going to international markets and tell them that in Kazakhstan, yeah, I saw here the company Data Mine. Data Mine, they visited us and they offered partnership with us. But we are not going to merge and be partner with others. We have the mine radio system partners that covers 800 mines around the world. So it is a quite big numbers. So that's why we are the only company from Kazakhstan that will participate in Minex in Las Vegas in autumn. So we will demonstrate our solutions to the world, and we will try to be in the Western market. Also, yes, we're actively developing the system of seismic monitoring based on seismoacoustics and deformatoristic monitoring. With the help of this system, we can just proactively identify some emergency cases caused by natural disasters and artificially. They can be used not only in mining fields, but also they can be also in other civil spheres. We will develop, we will analyze the signals, and we do some qualitative and quantitative researches, and so we can just develop such kind of systems that can in advance predict. In Pavlodar, we had the case that the bus fell down to the mining and the hole. So that's why we try to develop it and integrate this prediction system in our industries. Yes, in Almaty there was the earthquake that was very emergent for all people, all citizens of Almaty. And my question about the software, follow-up question. And my next question to the Kenisar Kanatovich. At the moment, your system, as I understood, is integrated with other systems. Do you have some exact examples in which system you are integrated in? Yes, you are right. Our system is being integrated nowadays. So we are integrated with one C system, and it can ease the work of accountant and the workers, specialists who protect our data. And so you use your systems in practice in places. So can you tell what is the level of informatization in your sphere? Yes, but there is zero trauma level. We try to keep it, but we are not waiting for some incidences, but we try to improve and try to prevent any kind of dangerous incidences. Yes, I think it is a good example for others also. But there are only not only about the software, but hardware too. Jaras Montaic, I have a question for you. So you, as I understood, you are producing the hardware as well. Can you give me some examples? Maybe I missed in your presentation some information. What kind of hardware, I mean the equipment, are closely related to our agenda? Yes, we produce the hardware. The first level of our production, we started with producing the hardware, and in our supply chain, in the production line, we have all equipments in different industries. So we produce mostly commutators, servers, and other equipments. We can also produce dispatcher remoters or some sound systems, and in our production line we have protective equipments from explosions and Arctic lines for Arctic projects. And I would like to say that in our own laboratory we have in certain period of time test in our own laboratory. We test our products on waterproof or dustproofness, and we also test the quality of sound. So I hope I answered your question. Yes. Also, okay, I would like to add that if you are interested in, we have a stall here outside in the 11th pavilion, or you can see and we can demonstrate our products. You can come and see. Yes, I think yes, every participant, they have their own stall here. So that's why, if you are interested, you can go outside and see in place the products. If anybody has questions from the audience, if you don't have any questions, let's thanks again our speakers for interesting information and presentations, and participants. Thank you too for joining us. And in 10 minutes, we will start the next session on automation system of monitoring. And I think the speakers can stay here for group photo. Thank you very much.
Раз. Один. Раз, два, три.
Вам как удобнее? Я буду за спичкой. Ау? За спичкой. Окей. Вам стул или вот это? Так, тогда спикеров, наверное, по этой. Тогда сами же откройте, да? Там единственное сейчас... помните таймер? Там единственное сейчас ERG. Да-да-да. Он сначала где-то на 5 минут презентацию расскажет, на 2 минуты ролик включит. Ну, просто предупреждаю, что только что код мы дали, но... Нет, можете не читать, можете своими словами. Да, я клики буду. Потом ERG. Welcome, привет. Звонила? Через основную искали? Должна была прилететь и меня найти. Ладно, нашли. Раз. Так, мы в 3:10, да, начинаем? Осознали всю ответственность. Коллеги, добрый
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. So, all speakers in today's session, they are very disciplined, they are on time, and I hope that our topics will involve more people. So that's why let's start, and other people, they will join. As it is said that the earlier we start, the earlier we finish our session. So, dear colleagues, let me welcome you to our panel session of today's forum. And the topic is ACM will be on the second session. So today I would like to read it is the innovations in automation monitoring system. Let me introduce our speakers, and after that we will start our session. Aliyev Zhomart Shamatovich, he is chairman of the Ministry of Education and Natural Resources. He'll give us the answers to the questions regarding to governmental regulations. So if you have any questions to our governmental bodies, you can address to him. Alimbayeva Danara, he is the general director of the Hydromet. She started her career as meteorologist, and now she is the representative of Kazakhstan in World Meteorologist Association. Next to the Torebekov Talgat Ismailovich, he is the director of the environmental protection of Eurasian Group. He is the coordinator of the company's activity related to the environmental protection. And the next participant is Salamakov Dmitry. He is Siemens Kazakhstan, represent companies Kazakhstan. He candidates of technical science. He runs the businesses related to automatization processes of industries. And last participant, Igor Yusupov, he is a general director of the Promonolith company. Promonolith produces high technological products, and they have experience in the sphere of monitoring the atmosphere and emissions and water resource sphere. So in our session, each speaker will have 7-8 minutes, and after the speakers finish their presentations, you can ask your questions. So as you see, establishing the automation system of monitoring was topical many years ago. It was described in ecological code, but after new ecological code put into force, the systems of establishing automated monitoring is very topical. So we would like to discuss these problems, challenges, and to see what we have and what we should do in order to solve the problems. For that, in order to understand where we are, I would like to give the floor next speaker, Zhomart Shayatovich, who will answer to today's questions as a representative of governmental bodies. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank these participants and the organizers of this forum, giving the opportunity for us, providing the platform for large-scale dialogue, because industry is very actively embedded in our life, in each sphere of our life. It can be the system of governmental management, governmental monitoring. So today, the governmental bodies cannot be aside from this trend. As you see from the topic of our session is about automatization of monitoring system of emissions. So as my colleague said that the requirements for the system or having the automation system of monitoring was voluntarily as an optional in last ecological code, and some enterprises used to establish, but since 2021, since ecological code was adopted, it was obligatory to have automated system of monitoring of emissions. And these legislation norms put into force, legal force, from January 2023. What is this system? This is the system of controlling, particularly controlling the emissions and constant monitoring of emission sources into the atmosphere. As you know, nowadays we widely implement I would like to pay your attention to the big digital platform implemented by the Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources. This is a digital platform. It's a national bank of data of natural resources. It is the very big digital platform that unites all systems and subsystems of the Republic in our of the Republic of Kazakhstan related to the protection of environment, and we divided them into several blocks. And in this block you can see all necessary information that will be on the basis of a national bank data bank. National Data Bank is the platform which will collect and analyze all data on emissions by enterprises in order to forecast the situation and to have a clear understanding in the environmental and natural resources of Kazakhstan. Today, this automation system of emission monitoring is one of the subsystems of this national data bank. Moreover, the Ministry of Internal Affairs platform will work with one window. It means that all consumers of this national data bank consumers will receive access to all structures. I think it will provide this single united approach that will coordinate cooperation relationship between governmental bodies in the sphere of natural resource consuming. Today, our society actively take part in ecological problems, and it is very good to hear that our citizens are really concerned about our environmental conditions, and they are trying to be active in this case. Our national data bank is governmental system which combine all information and informational and the digital flows, and will in full scale will be protected in terms of information security. As I noted before, it is obligatory to establish this automated monitoring system of emissions are obligatory for the enterprises of the first category. I think we believe that this monitoring system at the first time in such a large scale is launched in Kazakhstan first time, and we set some criteria in order to understand which criteria should be taken into account in order to establish this automated monitoring system. According to the rules and the criteria, so we have such criteria as the main criteria is if the enterprises emits 500 tons of gases into atmosphere from one enterprises, and also so if the enterprises consumes the electrical emissions more than 50 megawatts, and for those enterprises who generate the energy consuming the gas, is if the enterprises consumes 500 megawatts, more than 500 megawatts, they are obliged to establish automated system of monitoring of emissions, and it gives us to identify the list of enterprises that have to establish this system. And according to emissions, we identified the main substances, as in this slide you can see the main, say it is the dioxide, CO, and dioxides, dusts, and you can see
And also,
some
it's the marking things. As you know, as of today, the Ministry of the Ecology is almost about to finalize the most accessible technology in all areas of the economy. Most of it has been approved by the government. Some is now about to be finalized in the approval stage, and in each area of economy, business, there is a directory. So in terms of the emissions related sewage water, they also have necessary parameters. Is the temperature control, and also the waste, the carbohydrate measures, and also the water's turbidity, let's say. If we are to talk about it in detail, as to how is the realization of the automated monitoring systems are happening, I will repeat myself. It's total. So the system lets the data be transferred from the informational, let's say, from a detector which is placed on the resource, on the source, and for it to be developed to channels, and then it's then transformed in the territorial Department of Ecology and the Department of the Economical Regulation. As of today, we have a number of companies which should implement their code, the legal code on the monitoring. We have about 91 enterprises as of today. 39 of them have installed the ASM system, but the 41 is now in the process of installing, and the 11 is also trying to do their best to install the system. If we were to talk about it in terms of the ecology, unfortunately, as of today, we're only receiving the data only from 9 companies in a full scale. However, but we do hope that those companies that are in this year, they will fully make their best according to their roadmaps to fully install this automatic system, the automated monitoring system. And at the end of this year, we will be able to receive all the data of all the info necessary. I'd just like to talk about the analytical capabilities of this automated monitoring system within the framework of the large digital platform of the National Bank, of the National Data Bank. As of today, the availability of all the information flow gives us the opportunity to do a few types of analysis. It's also the trend analysis, identification of the sources, and the comparative analysis, and the assessment according to the standards, and the prospective forecasting, and the measurement of the forecasts of that event. If we are to talk about each one of the analysis, what is the trend analysis? It's the studying of long-term changes of the emissions to understand the dynamics of pollution in a certain timeline. What about the identification of the sources? Identifying certain sources and the measurement of their input into the total pollution. The comparative analysis is, as the word says itself, or the team says, it lets us compare all the data from different timelines, from different locations, which at the end can help us identify the impact of different factors and then create a certain modeling. And also the assessment according to the standards. What are the emission standards to try and identify the digital forecasting, using the data to create the forecasting models and changes of the pollutions. So all of the analytical capabilities that I've just mentioned, all of them are interconnected, obviously. Each of them can be separately identified as a separate type. I'd just like to highlight the assessment of the events. They're representatives of a large enterprises. They always create their plans in environment protection and development, all sorts of roadmaps for them to improve and minimize the negative impact of their activity to the environment and the ecology. And obviously, that flow of the information that we are planning to receive from the ACM, automatic monitoring system, it helps us analyze and evaluate all the activities that have been previously done and evaluate the effectiveness and the productivity. Obviously, each sort of event, each activity has a human cost, has a has the financial complications itself. Because the production is quite stable, we can then talk about its effectivity, about them being effective in terms of all the events that are being taken place. And it's also necessary to mention the positive aspects about the implementing of the AMS. AMS is now being looked at as a tool of the governmental ecological control, which is systematically fully monitors of the production and industrial productivity of the companies. However, I'd like you to look at it from a different standpoint, from a different aspect, from a different view. The availability of AMS and its effective performance helps the enterprise helps make all necessary technological decisions that help reduce the emission or some failures of technology. So if we are to look through the slides, it's called an early initiation of a problem. Today, all the companies who do not have an automatic monitoring system, they still perform it in the old ways, trying to calculate if the system. If you are to talk about it in simple words, if you see that your emissions are in a red zone, that they are higher than the standard, that means there's a certain failure in the whole technological chain. And then the technicians have a chance to make necessary decisions. Also, it's about its accuracy and the length, the moment, which means that the enterprise has a constant monitoring system, so they are well aware about how does each source behave and act. They have all the qualitative and quantitative characteristics of the emissions and are able to forecast necessary management solutions. The effective response, which is quite interdependent with an early detection stage. So we've timely discovered it, and based on a timely, accurate identification, we can quickly respond to all the changes happening. And the evaluation of these activities' effectiveness, all the events and activities planned earlier that have required lots of financial expenses, we can see that when this data is provided from ACM, we can see as to how effective has this solution been. And also, in accordance, well, let's say practically, each 20 minutes we see the compliance of our regulations, and at the very end, if we are to simplify it, if your system is constantly signalizing you about any of the sources being in the red zone, and you can quickly, timely, and accurately respond, all the technicians and all the staff can react to this accordingly, and all of the emissions are being transferred from the red zone into the green zone. And obviously, that's how the emission and pollution risk percentage is reducing. Obviously, it won't be done it won't be like quickly done. It will have this accumulative effect in the long term. So this solution at the very end finally will impact public health. So my dear colleagues, considering the time limit, I'd like to just briefly mention about the new trends that we are facing right now. As the Committee of Ecological Regulation, as the nature protection users, and all together jointly to this process are also included the unique, because all the informational channels are going through the governmental bodies. By that, they're trying to provide informational security. Yeah, there were the times when we started working by identifying we couldn't connect many technical questions and issues. We couldn't connect the nature user with the Amunid representative, and the Amunid couldn't connect it with our governmental body. All of that is something we can overcome. So in my view, the implementation of AMS will help all the players of the market of this process will get the best, will be beneficial for all. Obviously, the main goal is maintaining the ecology and reducing the negative effect on the environment. That was it. If you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you for your speech. While our participants are still thinking about a question, to ask, I have my own question. As you showed in your presentation, out of 91 companies, AMS is installed only at 39. And AMS, as of this year's 1st January, should be installed at all the companies listed in that list. We do have an online translation and online live broadcasting. What are the responses are going to be implied to the companies who do not have the AMS system installed yet? Yes, this question is obviously something that concerns many people. All the requirements that we have in the ecological code, they have a legislative and a legislative responsibility, a legal responsibility, as some administrative fines. So all of these requirements are written in the code of code. Out of all those 91 companies, we have information only from 9 companies, 39. This process is not about to stop. During this year, we do have hope that these companies will meet their time deadlines, and by the end of this year, we'll be able to receive the data necessary. According to a question related to a question as of today of the legislative code, for the absence of the automatic monitoring system, according to the 325th Act, for the large enterprises, we have a fine which is about 200 MCI. If we are to calculate that, that will be approximately about 700,000 tenge approximately. So this is their responsibility, the administrative responsibility. Also, another important moment is that I wouldn't want to be seen as the punishing body which tries to fear and kind of force the companies to implement the system with the fines and different sanctions. So in most companies, which are the largest emission producers, for them, the necessary requirement for them to have the AMS, according to the timeline, they're written as a separate additional information into the license. That's when the sanctions are a little more harsh, because in the code there is this statement that says, if in case of breakage of the breach of the special ecological code, the license can then has the right to stop their functioning. So we wouldn't want to come to these measurements, because sooner or later the companies will install the AMS. So the sanctions are not the goal, because we do understand that economically and financially it's not something we need. It's not necessary. We don't need it at the committee. We don't need it for. I believe we are going to be able to find a common ground. So this control within subsoil user and the committee for each type of the breach, we have a separate sanction according to the code. For the failure to face these necessary requirements, we have a fine which is about 200 MCI. Thank you very much. I think this information provided today is mostly available in the directories, but although those who are dealing with production, they are aware that these things are constantly changing. But I'd like to stress that the AMS installment is compulsory, and the companies have to be timely acting in terms of obviously the such issues as the COVID or enacting of certain parts of the legal code obviously does make the enterprises reconsider their plans, and maybe they are not always able to fall within the deadlines. Let me add something the recent COVID and different sanctioning activities. There was a protocol. There was a protocol within the committee. It's for the businesses, it's for the enterprises and productions. There was this protocol created by the investor committee, having considered all of this, some political aspects of the situation. There was this protocol task in terms of in the perspective of the financial and economical conditions as of today, is to jointly create a roadmap, a series of roadmap with the governmental, with the local bodies. Some have production levels higher on a technical level. Some have obsolete technologies. So the majority of the enterprises have developed a roadmap according to their abilities, and they have been then confirmed and approved by the bodies. When the government and those are changing, when the roadmap has been implemented, so that's when the question arises.
So it is, we already to some like the compromise, but industries should also take the commitment they have to fulfill their commitment within the time limits. Yeah, of course, we will also track this implementation of these requirements. So next question, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Danara Kizatovna. Kazi Hydromet is not only about the weather forecasting, but also its effect of our atmosphere, especially air pollution. Thank you for your thank you, dear participants. I inform you today about digitalization of the National Hydrometric Agency. I would like to say that since 2004 we started to implement the first data collection from automated meteorological stations, and it allowed us to integrate more types of technologies and increase the number of data. And we can see in the sphere of environmental monitoring, we have some technological integrated systems. I would like to mention that at the beginning of my presentation, draw your attention to that our structure, our body, our agency, without effective connection, internet connection, we can't do our work. So that's why we have our high-speed internet, and our 15 regional branches also have high-speed internet connection, because we need to exchange data between these branches. Next slide is, I would like to say that the key moments of our system is we have software which is not EcoWeb. It's a central hub for collecting data, ecological data, not only from our organization but also other enterprises, and this allows us to analyze, interpret the data that we collected with the help of EcoWeb software system. Also, this system helps us to connect to mobile applications with the help of IP addresses and in any place we can join to this application. This monitoring, we have 69 locations, 170 posts, and we have the movement laboratories, 15 laboratories in case of some emergency cases, and we have other equipments made in Germany and Russia, and Australian-made Ecotech equipments. Here in this table you can see more than 10 years we use these Hariba stations, and it is very user-friendly stations, and maintenance of these laboratories is very comfortable, and they are very high quality. And others, you can see we can embed these technologies in any walls, on the roof of the roofs and stalls, and they are equipped with all necessary sensors to monitor the conditions and air quality. These stations are integrated into EcoWeb information software system. Here I would like to also, in emergency cases, our specialists, they usually take with them such equipments, but at that time that equipment was very old, because it can give us not accurate data, but because of technological advancements we have another gas analyzer. It's a portable Aeroqual 500. It's very easy to use, and the accuracy of data is high. The next slide is since 2015-18 we developed a mobile application ARKZ. By the demand of governmental bodies, we developed this mobile application. More than 10,000 users subscribed to this application, downloaded this application, and in case of the increasing of the air pollution, we can timely warn our citizens. And in 2010, we first time started our modeling system with the help of WRF, weather research and forecast models. These models are used in meteorological sphere around the world, and at the end of 2020, with the Finland partners, we started to develop another model. Finland is one of the leaders in ecological monitoring, and they helped us to implement SILA model in the territory of Kazakhstan. And this model is calculating the forecasting till 48 hours. And as we are a national operator, we try to give the accessible information for governmental bodies, and we created the interactive map, and it is connected to SILA model. Each citizen can access to this map and see how it can be changed till 48 hours. Here you can see some additional tools, instruments. We also optimized and automated weather forecasting, and not expect unexpected conditions in the weather. Thank you for your attention. That's all about my presentation. Another, thank you for your presentation. So I just have a question. Except has Kaz Hydromet, there are private networks also work. How do you correlate with private data collection systems? So do you use their data also? Yes, I mentioned before. Nowadays, together with the private networks, we have about 300 networks. So all these private networks, with the help of IP addresses, they send the information to EcoWeb, and automatically we get it in our mobile application, ARKZ. Just I want to say that if there are such kind of networks, the possibility of increasing its frequency, I think, is welcoming, right? Yeah. So it is just for the businesses, small and medium businesses. If you want to establish such kind of stations near the industries, enterprises, yes, we can give our support, our consultation. Integrating the automated system can positively affect our enterprises, and there are several there are advantages, but integrating the automated system also demands a huge budget and technical solutions. So I think the representatives of businesses can share their experience in this point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you for organizers for inviting us. I would like present you the automated system integration. European group is one of the biggest mining companies, certified company. Our products as galvanization, ferrosplav, alumni, and other metals, different types of metals, and we also focus on logistics, and our products are delivered to 40 different countries. Our group, our company work according to the ESG requirements, and we have ESG committee in our company. These are the main priorities. Main priorities are ecology, social sphere, and personal. In 2018, we developed one of the metal mining strategies. When we developed our strategies, we were oriented on energy sphere, and then actualizing it, we try to cover all spheres. It is energy sphere, mining sphere, and our strategy strives to decrease the emissions of heavy metals in the atmosphere to European standards. And our ecological strategy, we invest 228 billion tenge, and we have quite ambitious goals to decrease the emissions, gas emissions and metal emissions to 68%. And as for automation system of monitoring, I can just divide it into two stages. First stage is, as a moderator mentioned it, there were the requirements from the old ecological code, but since 2018 we work on that. We integrated automated monitoring system in the sanitary zones in order to timely respond to the incidents and continuously monitor the air's quality in real time, and also control all these processes in our enterprises, and timely take the measures to minimize the negative effect to atmosphere. What advantages we can see from these projects? It is we can gain trust from the population from different regions where we integrated the automated system of monitoring of emissions. You can see which enterprises have our automated system is our Tenka Azhrom, Aksu factory, Aktobe factory, and in Pavlodar city we integrated our automated system of monitoring. This project we invested about 1.3 billion tenge. We invested 1.3 billion tenge to this project. We have about 7 stations that work, and all data are sent. All data is sent to Central Data Process Center, and today's all data in the sanitary protection zone of alumini factory was displayed in 6 LED screens around the city. So the population of citizens of Pavlodar in online mode, they can see the dangerous emissions, level of dangerous emissions into the atmosphere. Also, I would like to add that we have the corporate website of our project, and all our colleagues can, in online real time, can see this automation system of monitoring. Next stage is automation system of monitoring on the source of emissions. First, it is the meeting the requirements of governmental bodies. We are a very responsible company. So all the time we try to adhere to the legislation norms of the government. Next one is we try to control technical process in place, and this automated system gives us a quick response to the cases, to the emergency cases, and we invested 16 billion tenge to this project. We cover about 8 enterprises. It is about 58 resources of emotions. Nowadays, we established automated monitoring system on the sources, and they are provided with special sensors that allow us to analyze the content of the emission and make decisions, and continuously see the visualization of the emission and create accountability and get transparent ecological data, and control the generation of emissions. And in the future it is planned to send this data to the governmental bodies.
Более 16 миллиардов тенге. Автоматизированная система мониторинга – это эффективный инструмент для контроля выбросов предприятий ENG.
Thanks a lot, Alvat Ismailovich. So as the AMS is a compulsory to a company, it is written in the codes. It's, let's say, a tool of the government in terms of in controlling the emissions of the enterprises. So the question is as follows: what are the measurements that could be taken whenever the allowed emission rate is increased, and what is the ground basis for them to be responsible in a legal way? And have you looked into this? Yes, this is something we are looking into. We have right now we have like about 30 minutes changes, but we are now including those according changes that say that it has to be now 20 minutes. So it's correct that you mentioned that all the measurements requirements in the ecological code, so the non-compliance are supported by the code of the administrative legal So as you might have heard that there was this the administrative legal violation, and it would. So there is a certain article the article code, so the requirements of the administrative legal violation, so it being not timely, not being accurate, or any other basis, then there is a different responsibility, there has to be a differentiation so that it shouldn't be looked at legally, so that it is defined, but however maybe the info is not correct or it is not being fully implemented. Maybe the measurement tools haven't been applied accurately, but within the current administrative legal code, there has to be an administrative responsibility. If there are repeated cases of this violation, that's when the responsibility increases. So the least measures, like the most harsh measures, are when the company has to stop working. Thanks a lot. We're now looking into the Kazakhstani experience. The current practices. Dmitry Vladimirovich, representative of Siemens Company. Siemens Company works in many CIS countries, in the post-Soviet Union countries. He has worked in Belarus for quite some time. Would you please share your experience as to its approach and what the practice is? Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to be here. To be honest, there is no difference whether it's happening in Belarus or any other country. As a representative of large technological companies in the world, I can say that, and it will be confirmed by my colleagues, technically there is no difficulty in measuring the amount and the compounds of the emissions in the hydrosphere. The technologies have been available on the market for quite some time, and they have a significant amount of supplies of this equipment from Europe. They're from other neighboring countries. They have producers. We have the local ones, which are good as well, the local producers. So in terms of technology, there are no large problems. It doesn't have. Since we have a panel discussion, I'd like to touch up on some issues that are quite discussionable. So the ones that do not have a concrete, unified opinion on, and that's where we have to have a collective discussion and the participation of the regulative bodies and the community to provide certain answers and take certain measurements which I think are necessary. And one of them is cybersecurity. It is now being actively discussed in general, the cybersecurity in terms of for the industrial objects, since the geopolitical situation is becoming more tense day by day, and we can hear that not just the government body objects are being targeted by the hacking and cyber hacking, but also the industrial objects are also subject to that. So we have to understand that these systems can also be subject to cyber attacks. So it's necessary for these systems to be protected. It's necessary that the communication channels are safe and protected. But it's also important to understand that the information provided, information transferred through these channels should be protected, so that it's not changed, so that it's accurate, so that it's not damaged. It's not. We do have certain measurements. Have a call to make this information secure, the message. But my colleagues who face this daily problems in developing these technical systems, that they do have a certain vulnerability. So whenever someone wants to, if there is a will, let's say the users are, the emittents are not correct, they can change the information so that the information is protected and the information is not distorted, and the channels are safe and the systems are safe from some physical distortion. So I believe, in my opinion, this subject hasn't been worked through well at the moment. So the second question has like an overall characteristics is to what do we do with those sources of emissions which haven't been covered as of today. 91 companies, they have to be covered. They have to provide the information. But in the first session, we've seen the criteria. How do these companies being categorized? The first category is more of like when the emissions are more than 500,000 tons. What do we do with those companies that have 499 tons? Do we kind of forgive them and let them do nothing without measuring? It's not correct, is it? So it's quite confusing. Do we make them purchase this equipment? And this equipment is quite expensive. My colleague from a Eurasian group has just mentioned that it's how large investment is. It's quite a large amount of money. Not anyone can afford it. Not everyone has this kind of turnover, such as, for example, Eurasian group and others. As one of the options could be the usage of some sort of predictive systems which have been legislated in a number of countries, and they have a license. So these are the models, the analytical calculating models that help us calculate the emissions. Maybe possibly for some sort of emittents that haven't been covered right now, when complying with some sort of conditions, maybe that could also be the solution for our company and our other colleagues, technological companies. We do have some solutions available in this direction that we could look at as a next step once these 91 companies have fully installed this system, and then they provide the information to the governmental bodies. So this is also something that needs to be discussed, and we need to start discussing that right now. In terms of ASM, automatic system of monitoring, everything is quite positively looking. And replying to your question as to what is happening in Belarus, Russia, or Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan is obviously in the same pace as the neighboring countries in terms of technology, and the legislative, in my opinion, is not falling behind on any of those. So basically, that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you. So the question is about the cybersecurity is quite clear, but yeah, we are this kind of forum where the cybersecurity, where one of the organizers is our need, which gets the information from the KERKA and then process that info. All of the protocols, all of the operating systems are in their power. So I think one of these questions could be, so the second, as to your suggestions on the calculation methods on the emissions for the enterprises, not the first, but the second and third categories. And that there were times when we were creating the code, we tried to step away from the calculating systems because it has some faults. So whoever does the calculations, it is in their hand. Let's say when the enterprise does their own calculations, it's always less. The amount is less, but when it's done by the legislative authorized body, the number is different. So it's quite biased, isn't it? So the automated monitoring system was supposed to help us solve this problem, but you are right. Life is moving, the enterprises are completely different. They have different scales, different turnovers, different areas. Maybe in some areas the analytics should be implemented, and maybe it will help their companies, modernize their companies so that they are not to not lead to large fines. So your questions, Jomart Kimelic is here, and they will talk to us about the cybersecurities. So, Jackie, there was something you'd like to say, yes? Yes, I'd like to add something. It's quite an interesting information from our colleague about that calculating method. It's completely correct what you've highlighted, that there has to be a certain alternative, a choice for the enterprises, because it's quite an expensive procedure implementing the AMS. And another moment that you've touched up on is something that I haven't mentioned anywhere else. But as an authorized body, we will face a number of negative subsoil users, or a dishonest user, because they can then correct and edit the data themselves to provide a distorted information. So in the upcoming perspective, we might be able to face some sort of issues. So with me and my colleagues from a digital area, I do need a necessary department of some sort of IT specialist who will have all the necessary tools of the digital but ecological requirements. If we have looked at it from a lab in the labs, but we should be able to check as to how accurate this whole digital system is performing. So this perspective, we should look at it sooner or later. Let me add a small comment on the calculating models. I think the situation is, let's say, about 4 years ago or right now, they're completely different in terms of these models, because today we do not touch upon this issue, but we all know that the the CBM methodology in Europe is now working. So it's just like a clearly calculative issue, and that's where they intersect. And since we will have to, no matter do we want it or not, we will have to calculate the carbon emission. Maybe these, obviously these models have to be legalized in some sort. Footprint. So that's the topic we have. It's becoming more and more important every day. I am not sure. I can't say we are closely feeling. Those colleagues that will be exporting to Europe, how do they declare their carbon footprint? So that still remains a question. You are right. The question of CBM and the calculating of the carbon tax is quite crucial right now for our metallurgists on aluminum and methane and some other. Maybe methane will be also an issue for the oil users. Maybe it's quite a large issue, so let's look at it. People who are online, are watching us online, maybe they're thinking about it already. So thanks a lot for your comments. I'd like to pass the floor to you, Igor Vladimirovich. Company, the Promonalit has taken part in it previously. So we'd like you to share your presentation with us. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Yusupov Igor. I am the director of the Monolith company. Let me just give a brief info about the company. The company was formed in 2009. The main direction that is creating automatic system ASM, the automated monitoring of the emissions. and the first system was implemented in 2010. So according to the requirements of the ecological code, there was a technical regulation that has made everyone implement the system. As of today, our company provides a full spectrum of services. It has three departments. First of all, it's an institute which helps design, and the second one is the production, the Promonology, and the third one is the lab. So as a result, we provide a full circle of services to our clients: implementation, design, and further maintenance. Our clients have been with us for like 10 years. We maintain them in a working, good performing state, provide them with necessary compartments, and we do the calibration. So we fully help them cover the risks and maintenance with our customers. At the moment, we have 2 representatives of the companies which are covering this in Russia, in Novosibirsk city, and in Uzbek Republic, Tashkent city. Of the projects that we have completed, it's one of the largest holdings of the Kazakhstan Republic is Kazphosphate, Karaganda Energo, Karmet. Also, right now we have, and the companies that produce cement, Heidelberg Cement, a German company, is also our customer. KMG and other oil and so on and so forth. Our partners, Siemens company, we have been working with them for the past 10 years. It's our good friend and partner, and they also always provide us with their consultation, and then supply with the equipment. And Siemens is quite strong, has its presence strong in Kazakhstan. So the kind of problems that they have, as the news from the field, starting once there was an installation, then we have to sort of supply and pass the project to the customer. It's mostly based on the electrochemical measurement cells. I won't be naming the brands, but it's mostly electrochemics. AMS is based mostly on the method of the optical measurement on the concentration of the gas. And that's where we have misunderstanding and challenges, because the electrochemics have a high level of possibility and error, and electrochemics are vulnerable to the humidity of the gas, so a higher level of error is there. So as they said earlier, whenever there's like a monitoring, the representatives of that ecology, they have to work through that. I can see that in the future we have lots of problems and even legal acts as the court. So because they have a certificate, they have all the licensing documents. We did have an incident, we did have a court case with the aluminium Kazakhstan, because it was portable. The portable tool has found something that was not supposed to be there. So as I suppose, if they are to develop some sort of methodology of the inspector checks on verifications.
So if there are optical gas analysis, and it should be with a portable optical system. I would like to say that in the future we are going to discuss our plans, and at the moment, after several years of discussions, we developed constructed documentations, and we prepared 2 piloting devices in the same principle, and they have additional feature as it will be portable and the price will be affordable, and during the 10 or 12 hours they at the same time with the stationary automated system can make the measurements, and and natural resource workers and monitors can compare these data and indicators. I think that it will be a big advantage for the natural resource consumers in order to play to one gate. And so I think there are also challenges. Technologies are tested in many countries. They are reliable, but when we first time start integrating ACM in one country, it also we have to train the people who will integrate this ACM system, and these specialists, these workers should have some knowledge of the sphere of ecology, chemistry, and so on. Yes, in many enterprises they have such kind of challenges, but also we offer our solutions. We have different kind of service provisions in one oil refining oil company. We signed the agreement, and our specialists all the time support the ACM system, and there is all the time we continue to maintain our system with the help of our specialists, and every day the person or the worker should monitor the condition of the ACM, because it's very expensive equipment. So and because of some minor disorders, it can just destroy the gas analyzer. So, and all the time for that we have also the solutions. We developed the distance access system. We can monitor the conditions of our ACM system distantly, seeing in what conditions it is, and but without knowing the number of emissions, the level of emissions, and we can in advance warn our clients that we have to make some maintenance works in order to keep this ACM system in good conditions. So that's why we have to explain our customers why the ACM, for example, turned off, or in any cases if it is out of order. And as for personal staff, we are working with IT university and university named after Toraygurev, and in their curriculum we added the subject as monitoring or working with ACM system, and after their graduation they will have the skills to maintain ACM system, and all these graduates can have trainings in our enterprises. And if our colleagues are interested in Shimkin Cement, for example, company Hyderabad Cement, they developed a software that allows modeling the level of emissions till the end of the day. And according to the system's work, or according to this data, there is a signal. It will give the signal, a red signal. Red lamp will light in case the level of emissions will be increased, and automatically send it to the relevant bodies about these emissions. So thank you for your attention. I am ready to answer your questions. So my question is related to when you talked about the distant access. So it is closely related to the connection. Do you have any problems in terms of connection? Maybe your connection system was hacked, or in terms of writing accountability, or your protocol IP addresses are protected and you can work without any problems. Thank you. As for distant diagnosis, we connect. We have the separate channel. We do not correlate through the network. Just if you're talking about the sending the data, we as producers, we adhere to all protocols that are issued by a joint venture company need. But I want to note that our diagnosis is not connected to the Ether internal network. Why we are working with 9 enterprises? Because in some enterprises we work very easily and fast. It depends on the quality of the networking providers providing, or it depends on the conditions of IP addresses. And but we try to make this work easier and faster. So I would like to comment your question in terms of some technical connection problems regarding not to the enterprises, but this continuous work controlling and monitoring. It is connected with technical conditions, some challenges we have within the digitalization of our governmental services. Yes, we have when the companies try to give it is so because of some different kind of moments, if there are some technical problems, and if the need company NIT, they will not give us the some kind of evidence proved documents that these technical problems occurred, because I would like once again thank the organizers for this session. So it doesn't mean that we have few people in the room, because people are joining us online. All necessary information I think we could receive today in this session. So, and this sphere is developing. We have positive and some negative experiences, but nevertheless this work is going and is going on. So thank you very much for joining us, and let's make a group photo.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. In about 5 minutes, we are about to start our next panel session. Thank you.
Супер. Раз. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I'd like you to please take up your seats because we're about to start in about a minute. So would you please silence your phones? My name is Mohamed Aliyev Sardor. It's an honor for me to moderate this session. The last session is going to be quite interesting. Let's try and make it interactive. The panel session is called Digital Innovation Leaders and Trends. We have great panel session speakers. We would like to invite them on stage. Would you please give a round of applause? The first panelist is Usmagomedova Madina, the chairman, deputy global limited documentologist. Let's give a round of applause. Kudzerina Mira, Kolesa Group's managing director. Manakhov Roman, the founder and the CEO of the Astegro company. Rahimbayev Esengel, the Skybridge Digital Finance. And Mauleshev Timur, CEO of the Car Share Service Group. Great. I will start by talking about the trends, about the technology, since this forum, this exhibition is dedicated to most of the industries. I would like to share about what the trends are and what can we be beneficial in. I need some technical assistance, dear colleagues. If the clicker is working, can you please check where do I direct my clicker? Which side? This side, right, great, cool, it's working. Can I please... Some technical issues. Right, we will solve this. Let me talk about myself. My name is Sardor Mohamed Aliyev. I'm an entrepreneur. I have 20 years experience in corporate segment in mostly of Central Asian countries, CIS countries. Great. I am the founder of the Business Workwear company. We are a service company, help companies enter different markets. We have about 15,000. I am the founder of the 5 a.m. club, the venture club partner, and many other interesting projects. In relation to the trends, what were the trends in 2010, 14 years ago? Let's see. Let's memorize what were the trends. And what are the trends now? You can see we have consumer tech, longevity, cybersecurity, cyber sport, the personalized healthcare, space tech, D2C. Obviously, the trend was the artificial intelligence and mental health, logistics, and so on and so forth. I would like to talk about the fund. In the fund, we have the partner who is Victoria Trigipka. We invest globally. We have invested about 230 startups, about $67 million, and we've done 6 IPOs. In the portfolio, we have about 12 unicorns. You can see those unicorns. And we also have the unicorns from the industry, which is 4.0. Sometry, Tian, Industrial Tech, and a few technological companies that are a good example saying that of investing into the industry, you can make a unicorn. So these are our portfolio companies. I don't want to go into detail, but they demonstrate a good growth, and they become unicorns of different geography, providing great solutions. Also, these are the companies in Power, Gropius, and the ProperTech, which are like a Tesla. They create great technological startups, create great buildings, and develop quite quickly. And they have purchased a German company Stratec, they are now like shareholders. How does the fund work? We invest and then we look about 300 startups. Do we have any startups here among the participants? Do we have startup projects from Industry 4.0? We will be happy to invest into the regional startups in the regional of Central Asia, the CIS. During the break, we can exchange our contact details. We have TA Ventures, we have the fund, and then we have an angel investor club where we join. Do we have investors among these participants today? Can you please raise your hand? So we have a few investors. Great. If the topic is of interest to someone, you can then scan the QR code and you can join the club. Those 700 angels who meet in different locations, including Almaty and Kazakhstan. We share experience, we teach, we train how to correctly invest in structure, and that's how you can increase your assets, and we will be happy to meet you. Thanks a lot. Great. Do we have members who like networking and business events? Great. You can also join us. It's one of our business chats where we assist people from the industry of 4.0 startups to develop, to grow. If you do have your startups, they have lots of investors who can really be your potential investors or your strategists or advisors and mentors. Thanks a lot. And now let me give the floor to Madina. Madina, please, the floor is yours. You can start talking from where you are. Please, whatever's best for you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to greet all of the members of the panel session. Since we have a 30-minute gap, since we are a little late, I'd like to know if we have the industrial sector company representatives here. Can you please raise your hand? We have about 2. Great. Okay, we have 2 companies. Okay, good. So the rest, as I think, are the IT companies, right? So there were 2 startups, 2 industrial companies, and the rest are. But we have some people watching us from the industry because the recording is being made, so our discussion will be beneficial to those who couldn't be here with us physically today. My name is Madina Smagambetova. I am the deputy of the Documentalog Global Limit. Our company is more than 17 years, and we are dealing with the development of the systems, electronic document process. We're not just the developers, but we are building a whole system of the document flow, electronic signature, electronic interaction. So we have lots of different products. I'll just briefly mention them so that you have an understanding what this is. So it's large projects, documentologic platforms, which is a corporate informative system which lets automatize any business processes that are related to document flow, starting from the process of like HR and whenever you have to make a decision, like we have to make an order, some document needs to be signed. Apart from that, we have a product for small enterprise, because this project will help businesses, medium businesses, from hard copy paper document flow to an electronic document flow. It's quite simple and accessible. You can just register and trying to interact in an electronic manner. Next 2 new projects, I would say, why are they not being implemented? Because it's the trends. It's a Documentalog market project which lets to transform your personal interaction with your suppliers, with your counterparts. We have about 40 services available on our platform. For example, the Atamaken Atomican chamber provides a certificate and an electronic platform. Anyone who applies a certificate can fill in an application according to the form and then attaches necessary documents, and all the documents are then being transferred to the system of the chamber, and then the chamber processes the request, and then they send you the certificate. So basically, these kind of services are now trendy for our clients, and many would like to not just using ready forms, ready samples that they're being offered by the vendors, but they want a individualized, a customized process that was personally done, created for them according to their needs and requests. So they individually work on them. They attract counterparts and supplies. And the next project that I think is one of the most popular is CV Hub, which helps. Apart from having the HR systems inside the system, they have lots of interaction on the recruiting with the candidates, and those candidates should see this vacancy, and then they should send their CV. So it's a long process, starting from the acceptance until the firing of all the staff personnel issues. I will now share next cases and numbers in our company, in our projects. We have about 100,000 companies. 10,000 companies are industrial companies. So for small and medium enterprises, it is quite hard to make these kind of decisions today, because probably many leaders are still not aware of the importance to switching to digital format of as to what is the connection between digitalization. So it's not just a direct revenue and benefit, but it's also a collateral business benefit, because you save a lot of time that has been previously spent on the hard copy documents. The second part is that many employees are against this, and they have this resistance. But we are aware of this problem, so we create informational campaigns to increase the awareness. And the latest trend I'd like to mention is the trans-border document flow, which is an important topic. Obviously, right now, we have the mechanism of mutual recognition of electronic signatures of different countries through the mechanism of trust on the third party. Important to highlight these systems, and it should be in different countries. And when you have trade relationships with other countries, so right now we've launched the first pilot with Russia. So we check all the signatures of Russia and Kazakhstan by the DTS, and that's how we provide the verification of those signatures. According to the law about the electronic documents, this exchange will be 100% legally viable. We do have the cases as the company decides on their trans-border document flow. In the service that we have, we underlie the signature according to the PDF sign standards. When there's a PADAS signature, what does this mean? It means that for most companies of the leading countries of the world, this standard is confirmed and approved. They admit that, but it hasn't been approved in Kazakhstan yet. But we do have the cases where the companies first sign a hard copy paper contract saying that we will from now on approve all the electronic formats, and then the rest of the communication is electronic. So we have the companies who are proactive, trying to raise awareness in this matter. It's an important matter. The economical benefit has a multifaceted benefit for the economy, because we talk about large supplies. We talk about large supplies, and that's when we have to make sure everything has to be done on time.
So it's a customs control, and in general it is very important issue also for the government, because they can control and monitor the illegal commodity turnover and the sanitary controls and declaration of the prices of the commodities. It's not only important for the businesses but also for the government as a whole. And we are launching this project now, and in 2 months we are going to trans-border document launch, and if you want to use this, you are welcome. Thank you, Madina, and we thank you for your contribution of the development of documentation sphere of the Kazakhstan. And next speaker is the leader in the market. It's a Kolesa Group company. Mira, please, your turn. Yeah, can you please switch on my presentation? Yes, I can start. Dear participants, my name is Mia. I'm executive director of the Kolesa Group, and as you know, our website helps millions of people to buy and sell their cars and flats, and about 12 million Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan citizens use every day our application. Our products are Kolesa KZ, is the #1 platform in Kazakhstan, and all car buyers or sellers, they use our platform. Second platform is Kolesa Krysha KZ, is one of the #1 platforms in the real estate market, and 9 out of 10 real estates are sold in Krysha KZ, and we have After Elon Uz is the analog of the Kolesa KZ in Uzbekistan. Today I would like to talk about the frauds. As a company, we try to find any phishings and frauds, and there are no unique methods, but according to several standards, we have several tools. Our service, moderation of our service and website, they process about 40,000 announcements and advertisements are processed by our platform. It's a huge amount of data, and if the advertisers violate our rules, or if they are suspicious, we try to ban such kind of users, and we try to fight with frauds. And except our service try to moderation, we work with complaints, and in a year we block 2,000 users because of complaints from users, from other users, and all the time we try to write articles, announce our users not to send in advance money in buying flats or cars, and we closely collaborate with police administration and try together with them. We develop the guidelines on collaboration, how to collaborate with us in order to fight against frauds. Also, I would like to note the trends. So we also ban to register the the foreign cars, foreign registered cars, and we try to integrate technologies and other methods to fight the frauds. For example, we launched the new project. For example, when you use our platform and try to sell your cars or flats, we disguise your phone number. So that's why when he or somebody who wants to commit fraud will call not your direct number but some substituted number, and if we notice suspicious clients, we can ban their accounts. And in this case, as a result, we make our platform more safe, secure, and we try to protect our users in our platforms. Also, in our product, we have the price analysis in Krysha KZ, in Kalusa KZ. You can see the analysis of prices, and when you see any announcement of selling cars or flats, you can see the percentage, to what extent this flat is expensive or cheaper. So it is very comfortable to compare and make decisions on continuing communication with a particular seller or buyer. So we can just use these comfortable functions. And in Kazakhstan, in the real estate market, we have not well qualified brokers. So, and we also decided to fight with them, and we developed a special project which is named as a Krysha agent. They work in our platform. We check and train them, give them appropriate tools for effective work. And last year, we were the productive company who got the license on cyber security. And today, along with banks, we became the program who had such kind of certificate of cyber securityness. So by identifying personal identity, also you can protect yourself from frauds, from hacking. But further, we want to improve our platform in terms of fighting fraud. As I told you before, we have all attestation procedures, and we got permission to identify the personalities and the ID personalization. And last year we have started face identification integration system when you want to buy, for example, SIM cards. And I support these rules, because not legal phone numbers cannot register in our platform and use our platform. In case of some fraud cases, we can easily refer to the police and then find this person by his phone number. So, and we were aware of the real estate. There was a rule. The rule about real estate brokers is being developed, and we want our governmental bodies be in touch all the time, in close cooperation with the businesses, and to fight the existing problems. And the third, in the future, we would like to cooperate in data exchange, and the people all the time, for example, they have to buy spare parts of cars in some illegal selling points. I mean the shops. So that's why we want to legalize it in order to avoid any fraud cases in buying or selling spare parts. And if we talk about the real estate market, the real prices of the flats in Almaty, if we know the real prices, we can inform our users about the real estate market and make it more objective, and to keep the price from rising, from artificial rising or decreasing. These perspectives in the future, we are looking forward. I think these our ideas will be implemented in near future, and trust and safety is international practice experience. It is a fighting between so protecting blocks and the bullets, but we hope that we will have a fruitful dialogue with government and businesses to integrate, to adopt new legislative norms. And we see that the solution is government should hear and listen to the businesses and to cooperative work. Thank you very much, Mira. It was very interesting presentation that you shared some new information about new projects. I think it will be very useful. Will be useful for your clients. I am also actively support scam fighters. Next speaker is Asterga Rahman. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear participants. It is very great forum, and I'm happy to have an opportunity to share my experience with you. My name is Rahman. I'm CEO and co-founder of Astergo. Before I will present about trends and the challenges, let me just give you a couple of slides about our company. Astergo company, we produce, we offer two solutions. It's data processing and the solutions for the digital storages. And our partners are from Arab Emirates, Singapore, China, Uzbekistan, and other countries. And for the 9 years experience, we organize different projects in different spheres of economics. And we are proud of our projects, and I will share with you our personal experience. So let's talk about the data processing center. This industry is developing by 10 and 18% per year, and this increasing trend will be continued for several years. Why? Because we have a drivers, they are here. Yes, each of us, they are generating thousands of gigabytes of data. Somebody write posts in Facebook, somebody shoot a video. All of this is generating the data. So internet users are increasing, and we are at the same time increasing the data generation. So we want high quality internet, high speed internet, and high quality data. So, and now the 5G trend is developing, and as we see, as AI is integrated to our life, and the ChatGPT, it is the huge generation of data. At the moment, in this sphere, there are 4 components: effectiveness, complexity, stability, and speed. Around the world, we offer our services. It is especially in Kazakhstan, it's very topical because raw material consumers and the industries, they need this system of processing data. All of these spheres are increasing dramatically. And what about the volume of these centers of data processing? All data should be stored somewhere. And the most important thing is that I want to discuss is the stability and the effectiveness of these trends. We see there are a lot of challenges with the energy efficiency. So in many countries, the energy efficiency is not cannot cope with the huge data. And I hope that within this plenary session we can talk about how we can tackle the problems that we face today with data storage, how we can jointly make solutions and improvements. In my sphere, I understand my colleagues. Yeah, we are building center of data processing centers, and all services use these centers. But one of the biggest challenges that we have in Kazakhstan, but around developed countries, is the qualified and the next speaker. I would like to invite the next speaker. Rahim Bekov Esengelde. Skype digital finance representative. Good afternoon, dear participants. Today we'll talk about the innovative trends, and the finance is not exception. And the financial market is a driver at the core of any capital society, and it is the core of any capital and financing of huge projects. As a Skybridge company, we are the pioneers in Kazakhstan, and we received all licenses to structure the blockchain and involving the investments for Kazakhstani and international companies. And in this presentation, I want to say our results of our projects and how our technologies solve the problems that local companies face. Now we have the license and the opportunity to structuring the agreements. All further, we can tokenize all these investments. We signed a memorandum in the Astana Finals Days with Bitfinex. It is the company belonging to Tether. This is one of the the safest company whom we can work. And iChain is the product to structuring the financial products as assets, obligations, and other structuring products, derivatives, and the prices can be put in USDT. So, and then it is very comfortable currency, and we integrated with the Kazakhstani bank. So, and then I hope in the future they will have access to USDT. USDT currency rate will be lower than the local exchange points. We are partner with Bitfinex, and we made our first transaction process. And in this on the regulation of financial authority, we launched two pilot securities, and one of them is put in bitcoins, and in USDT we also put obligation of one European microfinance organization. Now, when we launch it in full capacity, we will structure all deals, and we will be open for all medium and big companies who are interested in low currency rates. So for Kazakhstan, interest rate of bank loans are very high. They just try to be in one level with Western companies as Nasdaq and Shanghai and so on. But we will give an opportunity for the people who have a big bills on cyber money, and they can invest to the real assets, and it can be square meters, it can be obligations, so it can be and other structuring products. Bitfinex, we see all these potentials in blockchain as a potential. We understand that how to implement these objectives. We will involve global, not political, retail liquidities. So investments from the global level, from through the business processes, mechanisms, we can implement this project. So our president said we have to activize the involving the direct foreign investments. So that's why I think USDT will be very attractive for businesses. And we can emit for Kazakhstani or make emissions for Kazakhstani or foreign companies, and we have a big advantages, and we can do underwrite dealings with both for Kazakhstani and foreign companies.
New York.
So the New York, we focus on thousands lists of automated systems only for Kazakh citizens. In accordance with the regulator, we do it manually and we do it remotely, but it helps us open broker check accounts for all clients, and through us, people can have access to Bitfinex, and on the Binance and many others, we have accounts and invest in those projects that we have. In the pipeline, we have companies. Of those shares to the crypto market, we can structure the foundations. They can be algorithmic. They can be crypto algo funds. So tokenization, the tokening is not difficult. It's just a mechanism. Is when the data is saved not just on the one servers. They are also like at the same time everywhere, but nowhere. We'll structure the funds and the EFDT, which will be repeated of the, or they will be entering the existing funds of the Swiss large banks, where the minimum price tag starts from $1 billion. All of them will be tokened, and they will turn into tokens, and then they'll be sent into US dollars. All the money and turns into the client's emission money, and that's where all the dollars we give to the Swiss investment fund. All the mechanism is all the asset management, and well, the dividends and the revenue is being paid through the mechanism of the blockchain. We then repay the dividends through the US dollars. All of that is within our ecosystem and our partners. At the same time, we're the first company in Kazakhstan that has done a fund in the MFCA. We plan to plan the crypto codes and other things. The most important thing is the technology. What I've said is the classic share. All of that will be done on the blockchain. It's the guaranteed immediate transaction. Us, as the Invest Bank, we guarantee the network, saying that there will be a new USDT to a token or liquid. Being the pioneer is not easy. I do understand you've been through a lot, and then moving forward to the innovation. The next speaker, Mauleshov Timur, CEO of the Concierge Service Group. Parent company. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great speech. Dear brother, we are with you. Can we please have you? We believe you are the future Elon Musk or Timur Tulum. You are suggesting. I liked your performance. It was great. I'd like to talk about a company. It's called Concierge Service. We provide all sorts of services, including we provide all sorts of full spectrum of operational work and relocation of the businesses, such as the organization of the transfers, airlines, housing accommodation, booking of the private jets, booking reservation of the hotels, and so on and so forth. In 2023, we have relocated such companies as InDriver, Playrix, and largest video game Mayutona. We've moved about 6,000 IT employees into Kazakhstan. We've created a full service of relocation, setting up their ID, all the housing, real estate, schooling for their kids, and so on. what is the principle, what is the concept of our company? Our company doesn't have any sort of additional commissions or monthly payments from our clients. The great thing is that we dissolve three pains. First is we optimize time. We have one contract and we try to close all the necessary needs of the travel. Whenever you work without us, you have to make a lot of contracts with all programs, and your managers spend a lot of time and resources in signing contracts with each of the services that you need, each of the service companies. The second topic is creating accounting, financial, and business travel documents. So basically, all of that is done through one window. All of your employees do not have to spend any time creating anything. All the money, all the document flow goes through our company, through us. In 2023, we were the residents of the MFC of Astana Hub. We are the residents. We also work on development of our personal solutions. In our company, we have about 20 people. We have great people who have great education with experiences in the hotels. This is Ritz-Carlton. All our hotels are all hotels and all hotel nets in Kazakhstan. Our partners, as you can see, our clients, our venturing funds, foundation, subsidiary companies of Kazmunaygas, theaters, operas, ballet companies, and so on and so forth. So make sure we invite you to use our services. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Tota, Miri, and Asilia. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Timur. Great. Dear colleagues, we now open a panel discussion since we have the leaders, technological leaders and innovation leaders from different areas, which makes our panel session quite interesting. I'd like to ask a question. What, in your business, what is the #1 challenge that you, by solving that problem, how do you think you can multiply your revenue like 10 times? What kind of support do you need from enterprise, from entrepreneurs, from government, from the clients, if we are the angel, the business angels that we are, they play a huge role in forming the startup ecosystems and early investments. That's what we see here. We see the main opportunity. We see a low awareness about the angel investment systems. Kazakhstan still has a room to grow, but we still like to see the growth from the ecosystem players, so that they give us more chance and to help them talk about angel investment. So I'd like to start with Mira. What is the #1 issue, and what is, as a solution, you offer? Before we create any sort of functional, we have a huge research being done, and we comply with our mission, which is creating products for our users. We try to consider the interest of our clients, of our users. So in this area, we have almost no problems. We're always in contact with our users. But as a GR specialist in the company, I'd like to talk about the 3 directions I spoke about in my presentation. In general, I think we are all about to collaborate with the government a little more, since we have become the first product company that has been through all the necessary I think as for the GR, my main job will be to take the direction into having necessary governmental services, so that as experts of the market, of the real estate market and car market, we could be included in comparison to other countries in development of the digitalizations. I'm not sure. I think Kazakhstan is on the 28th place rating in the digitalization of economy, and 8th place in some sort of areas. I think it's a good detector where they can be exchanging their experience with foreign neighboring countries. Raman, is a great question about your business. To be honest, I think I can say that it's more like a tendency, a trend, which is not only about Kazakhstan, but the whole world in general, because the world is now becoming bipolar, many polarized. Because I think each country should try and strive for a digital sovereignty. By that I mean growing and developing their own specialists, because the lack of personnel and staff can basically destroy the whole industry. And the second one, I think, is the diversification of the vendors in terms of like trying to not only work with vendors that are supported by this or the other country, but also trying to work with the vendors that are ready to localize their production on the territory of Republic of Kazakhstan, that are not politicized. So the logic is that the digital sovereignty is the future, which guarantees to any country the development of digital industry. Thanks a lot, Roman. Isingilda, please. In our industry, in our area, the main problem is the absence of a high level of digitalization in countries where we have the core sheets, where core accounts. For example, in Europe, in finance, the digitalization in banking is so low, so that the transactions are quite slow. It's both a problem for us, but also an opportunity to make the payments in the local banks, which it's their compliance. It's also their compliance regulations. It's for us. It's easier to not work with the USA citizens rather than onboarding them. So it's the Western legislative. But which government body could help you with this? In fact, there is none, because any bank who has a core account in a Western in US dollars, let's say Haluk has a bank in New York, they have to be compliant. They have to comply with the American regulator, because the Kazakhstan, we cannot make it sovereign in terms of finance and IT. In my personal opinion, it's hard to bypass. That's why AFSA, the ENFSA, they are trying hard to solve these problems and issues for us. Any products, I'm not sure how to solve this problem. If we knew the solution, we would have already solved this. Thanks a lot, Madina. The first one, as I said, it's how many entrepreneurs do we have? We have about 1.5 million enterprises. The major businesses are digitalized, but the issue is with the small and medium enterprise, because most companies are still not that grown, are not that aware about the digitalization, that is how necessary it is, and saying that it will help them become more competitive and receive all the economical benefits. So basically what could be done here is, as I see this, as the vendors, we are dealing with this kind of work. We constantly do create educational activities for small medium enterprises, for us to show them the results. So I think in this we have the centers of services for entrepreneurs. Why don't we create consulting areas where they can consult those businesses on digitalization and encourage them to switch from hard copy paper flow to an electronic flow. The second one that I see is a transporter document flow. As I said earlier, the problem lies within the interconnected approval of the signatures, because in each country they have their own formats of the data, each format of the standard. They use different standards for the signatures, different formats. Unfortunately, to do something without the standard, without conceptual acceptance on the government level, we can't do anything. Therefore, we are looking for the DTS in each country will come and will be formed and will start operating. I think in this case, PDF sign standard is something we could look at. In more than 198 are working, and they have ready documents. The legal, they have, I think think it's an important question, and it could be additional to what we have already. Communication through DTS and Adobe Sign. Using and approving the Adobe Sign would help us so many problems, because we constantly have to look for different ways to solve, help our clients so that the client could lead their document flow. I see at least 3 directions where we could collaborate. First, within the framework of the Digital Almaty, we have the Shanghai with the members of the Shanghai operational system. And also the customs unity. And the third one is the focus with this organization of Turkic nations. When they have a collaboration with each other, which is a priority, we can see them. We see them among leaders when they meet each other in different areas. I think these three topics is something we could work on together. Timur, please. I don't see any sort of clear, distinct problems. We have like the blue deep ocean.
Maybe some misunderstandings in Asian mentality. Maybe we shouldn't do something additionally, but you can just consume the service and then you can get the optimization. I think in the future it will be everything is okay. We like optimistic business representatives. Okay, the last question is about trends and the possibilities. We have investors, and the investors, they are joining online. In your sphere, where do you see the trends? And if you are an investor, if you are investor, which trend would you invest? Yeah, I think we are always help. We always support the assistance of other startups, but we are, for example, in Uzbekistan also work our projects, but we are not planning to cover other countries. But about investment, I can't give my answer because it's not my sphere about investment. But which trends do you think is most attractive, where businesses can gain some advantages? Yes, trends. Which trends are needed investments? I think as a GR specialist, I can't answer your question. Yes, about Uzbekistan, I agree. I am from Uzbekistan. In fact, Uzbekistan is in the main focus of many companies who are not currently working in Uzbekistan, and the market is very attractive and is cheaper comparing to other countries, and very accessible market. And the last 5 years, in many spheres, there are a huge development and increasing, and we can see development of different spheres. So that's why I think many Kazakhstan and Central Asian companies try to be in that market, as your company, for example, Kolesa KZ. Raman, please. You know, I maybe pay attention to the changing of supply chains between China, Africa, and Europe. In order to invest, we have to invest to the supply chains. The changing of supply chains is very important. It is location of data centers and supply storages. So that's why investors should pay attention to that sphere, and to data centers, because we are lack of data center resources in the world. So I think these two trends are most attractive for businesses. Sigilde, thank you. Actually, we are invest bank and we work with different strategies, but I think the business should invest where they have a good experience and advantages. For example, we invested to digital finance, where other companies they invested and didn't get any good effects, positive effects, and it was the worst time to invest to fintech. But we invested fintech we inside us. We invested in the huge bank in the region, and as we have some. We had experienced and we had knowledge in order to our productologists and partners. I think that every business should invest not only because of trend, but you should invest where you are good at in terms of experience and knowledge. Singel, you said that you are the first investment companies, yes? But how many companies in Kazakhstan? I think you can go to the rest of the FR. About 20, 30 investment companies, I think. Yes, it is. It's a quite enough number. Madina, I think from perspectives in the future, in 5-10 years, I would choose innovation in medical sphere, because each of us. After the COVID-19, every of us tried to be healthy. We tried to be climbing the mountains, tried to visit the fitness centers, try to keep our mental health, physical health in good shape. So I would invest to medical sphere. And the second one is as a person who is working in IT sphere, of course, IT, I would invest artificial intelligence sphere, because in the future, in 10 years, I would invest to startups related to artificial intelligence. I think every person should invest to the sphere who is good at. I agree with this statement. As a consumer, as a customer, or as a provider, when you are good at your sphere, you can just make a good investment. Yeah, I would support your idea related to Digital Almaty. Yeah, we are inviting you all to the climbing mountains at 9. Yes, on Sunday we are inviting all participants of Digital Almaty at 9 a.m. to Gorelnik on the top of mountains. We will show you Almaty, beautiful Almaty mountains. They are very adventurous, and all investors today can invest to the Timur's company, and we think that we should invest in them, in yourself, in your health, invest in your family, be in trend. And also, before I asked Madina, she said I will invest to AI, and also I agree with Madina, we will invest to AI. Colleagues, if you have questions, please, if audience has questions, we are glad to answer your questions. Please raise your hands and ask your questions. But don't leave the room, please. If you don't have any questions, I would thank all participants, all speakers who stayed here till the end. Let's applaud, clap our participants and speakers. Thank you very much. And speakers, please, let's take a group photo.
Ребята, с панели на групповое фото.